Hey everybody, back today with another vibe coding live stream. So today we're going to be working on testing the voice agent and also working on parameter capture. So when I come into the node here, or the node graph, you can see here I have these different nodes, right? And each one of these nodes is a stage in the workflow. And they have, each edge has a condition, right? Yeah, so each node has so each node has a condition, and I actually have a guard on these different edges, right? So I have these three different guards, which is an explicit callback intent. Right, so what I noticed was happening is, and we're going to be testing it today, and we got to look at the descriptions of each of these nodes, right? And really we have a transition tool, or a tool that we pass to the voice agent, and the voice agent uses that tool to try to determine when to move, or if it satisfies the edge condition and it's time to move the workflow from one node to another node, right? And so we're going to look at that, kind of the description of that tool, and also the save memory tool, and see why we were having some behavior, especially once I migrated to the latest real-time API. We're having some unusual behavior where it would migrate us or move us from the intro node to the callback offer node, really when the user or the end customer wasn't actually suggesting a callback, right? Then we have the demo booking node. So here on this edge, we have explicit demo interest, right? And we can take a look at these different guards here soon. So now I have full call history, right? So this is all stored on AWS S3. So full call history here. We can load the recording. We're saving the MP3s. You can see the full transcript here of the conversation, the event timeline, the workflow. Let's go to a different call here. Yeah, so like here you can see, let's see. Here's the save memory tool call, right? So this is kind of what it looks like in our audit history of a phone call. And so that's the save memory. Here's another event in the audit trail of a specific phone call, right? Selected transition demo request and moved from intro to demo booking. So I'm about to actually make a test call. But first what I want to do is I'm going to open up Codex, and I'm going to ask it to tell me a little bit about, are we using semantic VAD or traditional VAD? So VAD is voice activity detection. So the real-time API has VAD and also semantic VAD. So VAD, I believe, is using some decibel level to figure out when the end user stop talking, right? And that's when that's how the agent determines a turn. You know what, instead of me explaining it, let's just go ahead and ask it. I want you to review the code. Are we using semantic VAD right now or traditional VAD? And let me get this posted in Discord here. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, let's get into the Discord. Let's post this link here. Okay, cool. All right, so let's see. Okay. Okay, so right now we have some environment settings where we have OpenAI real-time turn detection is set to semantic, and we have eagerness set to medium. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go ahead and we're going to make a test call here. Also, what I did is, and some of you may be familiar, so we're really working on like 2 different products on these live streams. So we have the telematics video product, or we're building a coaching agent. And so I was able to improve this report, so improve the styling of the report. Now we're able to determine which camera is forward-facing, which camera is the driver-facing camera, or if it's a side cameras mounted underneath the fenders. So what this does is it looks for an event, right? So any event in a vehicle, like a hard brake, quick acceleration, following too closely, forward collision warning, lane departure warning, speeding, right? Phone use, distraction, fatigue, right? Any of these events are, we look for these events at the edge, so the cameras are in the vehicle. Without going up and down to the cloud, right? The camera is able to trigger these events right at the edge. And once we capture that event, we send it to our back end, and our back end starts to do a risk score or a risk analysis, or you could call it a coaching event for these different critical events, right? Really, we take that event, we review it, we score it, and we come up with this coaching worksheet for the driver. So we did a lot of improvement on this coaching worksheet. So if I click view video here, we're doing object detection and depth estimation. And I did a ton of improvement on the heuristics, right? And really those heuristics are proprietary. I'm still planning to deploy this object detection depth estimation layer as open source after I strip out some of these proprietary heuristics, which is really like how I score the event, right? But what I want to do is I want to open source just this object detection and depth estimation. And so any company that's similar to me, anyone dealing with cameras, right, could take that open source code and implement it, and also contribute. So maybe they have a different make and model of the camera, and I really want this to be hardware agnostic, right? So not tightly coupled to any specific hardware. So there's the video. Then we have the reconstruction. So this is kind of that having some strange behavior. We'll have to look into this service. That service may have went down. We'll check that out in a minute. But then we can come into view report. And here's the report, right? So the session focuses on confirming situational awareness while the vehicle was stopped and reinforcing habits that prevent distraction when you begin driving. So I was able to actually determine that this was a low-risk event. It wasn't able to detect any phone use, right? Then we have this event snapshot. So the distracted driving event was actually at speed 0. So it looks like I was at the at a stop sign, right? Forward-facing evidence. Potential road objects were flagged in the forward-facing footage. Close vehicle ahead, right? So I was able to tell, okay, there was a vehicle in front of me. Driver-facing evidence. No phone usage detected across analyzed frame. And it was able to see me in 52 of those frames. Here's the forward-facing view. The image shows a vehicle stopped behind another car on a road near a parking lot with clear visibility and no phone usage or driver distraction visible. This appears to be a false positive for distracted driving since the vehicle is stationary and no driver distraction is evident. Then we have the driver camera. The image shows a driver wearing sunglasses and a seatbelt. Sitting in the driver's seat of a parked car with no phone visible. The interior and surroundings are clear with no occlusion. So we're able to kind of make a determination that, hey, this might be a false positive, right? Then we have driver reflection questions. The system flagged a distraction event. Did you notice anything while stop that could be mistaken for distraction? When stopped behind another vehicle, what checks do you currently perform before you move again? What specific step can you add to your start move routine to ensure attention stays consistent during transitions? Right. And then we have an action plan for the driver coach and also the driver. Right. So made a lot of improvements to this PDF and a lot of improvements to the accuracy and the heuristics. But today we're not going to be working on this as much. What we're going to do is we're about to make a test call. And first, I'm just curious. It might be something sensitive here, so I want to check out the console log. That service may need to be restarted. I am kind of curious. Bear with me, guys. Let's see if yeah, so it's interesting, but I don't know that event recreation uses this Scrubby, which is a buffer service written in Java to handle the buffer, and for some reason that's not working right now. But we'll take a look at that later. It's not critical. This is a staging server, not a production system. So I'm not super concerned about that right now. What we're going to do right now is we're going to make a test call. Let's see. Okay, so first I'm going to tell Codex and say, okay, I'm about to make a test call. I've noticed some strange interruption behavior. What I want you to do is open and follow the logs, and then I'm going to make the test call. Can you do that? So I have some new screens. And guys, today I'm see how choppy this is. Yeah, today I'm kind of trying out some new hotkeys, so I can full screen the game now. And also we have this view now of me here for this cam. We've always had this view, but a little better camera now. So we have that. I can bounce into that pretty easy now. I still have to be clicked onto OBS for that to work. But it's before I didn't have a hotkey to transition. Let's see, let's check this out. Let me open up Twitch too, make sure we don't have any comments or anything on Twitch. Okay, so let's see here. So really just trying to get to, this is old school WoW, just really trying to get to a zone where I can kill some mobs here. And we can try computer use too. It'll be interesting to see if computer use could actually, and I just don't want to get banned on the game, but see if computer use could actually control my character in old school World of Warcraft. Would be interesting. Codex computer use. What I've noticed too recently is there's a lot of the agent always on Mac at least always detaches the screen, right? I've noticed in the past it used to kind of run it in the foreground, or it would run it in the background, but this is the first time I've really been seeing like this command where it detaches a screen. So I guess Mac has this option where it can detach a screen, and I don't know if it's its own environment or what, but it's always checking. It kind of detaches the screen, and then when it wants to look at the logs, it needs to go review that screen, right? So if you can see this command, allow attaching to the active phase 1 screen with compatible terminal type to monitor live logs, right? But let's just click yes here. Then we'll make this phone call. If I can. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna make the test call. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Come back here. Let's go to the debug console. I'm gonna slide it over here so no one can see my phone number, and then we'll drag it back over. And what I'm gonna do before, oh, we can do that next. What we're gonna do is as we start testing this, we're going to use the GitHub CLI or the GitHub SDK to create GitHub issues in the appropriate repository, and then push those issues up. And actually now I've been using the GitHub CLI to create pull requests, also poll the pull request, wait for comments from Bugbot or any PR review tool, and then actually merge the pull request. So before I was using actually the GitHub MCP to do a lot of this, but now I'm using the GitHub CLI. Anyway, so let's make this phone call. Okay, so it's going to be kind of hard to hear this, so kind of. Like, I don't know, it's strange,
I'm really glad you're here. What can I help you with today?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Bella, Cactus AI. I help with questions about our products, pricing, demos, troubleshooting, and company info. What would you like to do?
Yeah, are you a human?
I'm an AI assistant from Blue Cactus AI, not a human, but I can help you just like a support agent over the phone.
Hold on. Someone's at my door. Give me a second.
No rush. I'll stay here. Take the moment you need. All good. I can hang on a moment. If you need to step away longer, we can also pick this up later.
Ooh, so look at that. The guard actually worked. And I don't want to stay on the phone too long, but I just want to show you guys also the node graph, right? So if I come into the node graph, you can see we have the intro node. The intro node has knowledge-based topics and query business docs. So what that means is I have a knowledge base, and in this knowledge base, there's PDF documents. And really what this is any organization, I could absorb that knowledge, any knowledge that your company has that's documented, we could absorb it into the system. Any tribal knowledge that you have, I could work with you and get that documented and loaded into the system. But at this intro node, we have the ability to the ability to query the knowledge base docs, or we have a RAG tool set up. Here is the callback offer. So right now, this edge is busy now, callback intent, but we have explicit callback intent guard, right, that requires callback, reschedule, pause, or cannot continue intent, right? So what happened here is when I said, hey, someone's at my door, for some reason, the agent was thinking, hey, maybe that's time to transition to the callback node, right? But it actually blocked that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask about the knowledge base. Yeah, you know what? I'm having some issues with my camera right now.
Okay, let's sort out what's going on with your camera. Let me check the right guidance for this. First, make sure the device is powered and all components are connected. Then check the dashboard to confirm it's recognized. If you see LED lights, the blue one indicates recording and the green shows network or communication.
Yeah, hold on. I'm having, the green LED is flashing.
The green light is for network and communication. So flashing usually means it's trying to connect or talk to the network. Please check the dashboard to see if the device shows as online and tell me what it shows.
Yeah, the green LED is just blinking. It won't stop blinking.
That blinking green light means it's in a network communication state, so it may still be trying to connect. Check that it's powered and recognized in the dashboard. And if it never shows online, we may need to troubleshoot the network connection further.
All right, that's fine. We'll do that later. For now, I have another one of my installers is showing up tomorrow. You know, how do I install this damn camera?
Got it. Let's walk through the basic setup steps so your installer has a clear starting point. Start by verifying all components are included. Make sure the device is powered and access the dashboard. For installation, the guide says to locate the vehicle port and plug it in. If you want, I can help you double check what to look for in the dashboard after it's connected.
Yeah, and also I want to maybe buy a camera. What's the price for the cameras?
Let me check our current pricing details so I can give you an accurate answer. I found a pricing sheet, but the visible section only shows GPS tracker pricing, not camera prices. I can't quote camera pricing from what's currently available. You may want to...
That's fine. Just give me the pricing that you have here.
The pricing I can see is for GPS trackers, not cameras. It lists a basic GPS tracker at $49 plus $10 per month, and an advanced GPS tracker at $89 plus $15 per month.
All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now, actually, is we're going to test the Google Calendar MCP. So let me go into my Google Calendar real quick. And I know I'm getting charged for these minutes right now. But that's okay. Let me quickly go into my calendar. And what we're going to do is we're going to say that I'm busy. We're going to put busy here. So let's say busy. That's tomorrow. We're going to say it's busy all day. Save. And then we're going to say we're busy. Then we're going to say we're also busy on Thursday. So we're going to say busy all day. Then we're also going to come to Wednesday, and I'm going to say busy. Ooh. And we're going to edit this and say all day. Save. Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is we're about to move it to the... and let's bring this over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go straight to the demo booking. So from intro to demo booking node here. And this node has a Google Calendar and the save memory tool. So I'm just going to say here, Okay, you know what? I want to go ahead and talk to one of your sales reps or book a demo.
Got it. Let's get you routed to the right place for that. Let me check the next step. I can connect you for a demo, but I need to be sure that's what you want. Are you asking to book a demo specifically, or do you just want to talk to sales about pricing and options?
No, yeah, tell me what your availability is this week.
I don't have a calendar view from here. If you share your preferred times and the best contact info, I can help you set up a callback with the team.
Well, check your calendar.
I can't access a live calendar from this call. If you give me a couple times that work for you, I can help you request a callback.
Oh, look, guys, my guard here. I have a guard on that node, and it blocked it. So we have a guard. If I go to the demo booking edge or this intent, we have explicit demo requires a clear request to book, schedule, or see a demo. Let's try it again. It's the guard is too explicit. I want to book a demo.
Got it. Let me line up the next step for a demo. I'm not able to confirm a demo booking from here. If you share your preferred times and contact info, I can help you request a callback for a demo.
Okay, so we need to work on that guard. Let's try. I want to schedule a demo. I want to schedule a demo.
Okay, let's get you set up for a demo request. Great, I can help with that. What's the best time this week for a demo? And what's the best email or phone number to reach you?
Okay, so see, guys, that time it migrated to the node. Oh, hey, Dungy. Yeah, I know, right? You that ascend. I'm trying to ascend. I'm trying to mog. I'm trying to vibe mog. But okay, so now we're at this node. So now I'm gonna say, okay, tell me what your availability is this week.
Let me check what times are open this week for you. This week, Monday, June 8th is available. Tuesday, June 9th is busy. Wednesday, June 10th is available. Thursday, June 11th is busy. Friday, June 12th is available. Saturday, June 13th is available. Sunday, June 14th is available. What day and time works best for you?
Okay, how about next week? When are you available next week?
Let me check next week's availability for you. Next week, Monday, June 15th is available. Tuesday, June 16th is available. Wednesday, June 17th is busy. Thursday, June 18th is available. Friday, June 19th is available. Saturday, June 20th is available. Sunday, June 21st is available. Which day and time would you like?
Yeah, you know what? I usually like Wednesdays.
Got it. You prefer Wednesdays. Let me think about what's open. Wednesday, June 10th is available, but Wednesday, June 17th is busy. Would you like Wednesday, June 10th? And if so, what time works for you?
Yeah, Wednesday, June 10th is fine. Any time.
Okay, let me think about how to pin down a specific time for that day. I need a specific time on Wednesday, June 10th to proceed.
Pick any time. I don't care.
I need a specific time to move forward. Please give one time, like 10 a.m., and I'll use that.
Yeah, fine. 10 a.m. is good. And my favorite color is purple, too. And I'm trying to ascend.
Nice. Thanks for sharing that. Let me quickly wrap up the scheduling piece. You're set for Wednesday, June 10th at 10 a.m. America Chicago time. The booking will be completed after the call. and purple is a great choice.
All right, cool. That's good.
If anything changes, just let me know. Otherwise, you're all set.
Okay, so you can see that that we're able to save the memory. So it saved the and here's the media stop. So media stream stop. Here's another save memory. And here's another save memory. So we actually were able to extract all these memories, and now these memories are in the database, right? Associated with this call, right? Or this phone number. So now our transition was a little funky. So let's go back to Codex and say, okay, I'm done with the phone call. I want you to review the phone call logs and give me your thoughts. Let's see what Codex has to say here. So let's see. Cool. Okay, let's keep doing this here. Collecting the call's final log output and matching it to the newest runtime session. I'll separate interruption bad behavior from graph tool and prompt issues. Right? The structured transcript is clear. The guard ultimately worked, but it exposed a separate routing delay and calendar tool availability issue. I'm now isolating the VAD and Twilio clear events for this call to determine whether the interruption fix actually behaved correctly. A key pattern is already visible. There are several long silent gaps. So I've noticed that it's actually taking more time to respond ever since I moved to semantic VAD. It's taking longer to respond. Let's see if I can kill. Let's kill a mob real quick while this is still Codex Extra High is doing its thing.
Where do we go when the sunshine meets the night?
Okay, is Codex done there? Let's see.
Between the lines, stuck between the smoke and vice. Where do we go when the sunshine meets the night?
Okay. Let's just get away from this mob real quick. Okay, cool. Let's read this. Or let's let Codex keep doing its thing. Yeah, so one thing I noticed is ever since I introduced that guard, these explicit guards at the different nodes, these guards, I have these new guards, right, where it's explicit callback intent, explicit demo request, explicit not interested. It's a little too conservative, I think. But let's come back here and let's go. Yes.
do we go? When the sunshine meets the night, kiss me close between the lines.
So the 2-minute gaps, let me just tell Codex. Okay, those 2-minute gaps, I muted the call and I was talking to my stream.
When the sunshine meets the night,
Look at that. That was kind of annoying from Codex.
close between the lines.
Those gaps are actually... Okay, let's click yes.
Where do we go?
You know, I still having it ask for approval on each command, actually, which I'm starting to trust it enough to maybe actually let it do its thing
Between the smoking vines.
without me having to press accept on each command.
Where do we go?
But you know, that still concerns me a little bit.
Kiss me close between the lines.
So what we're going to do is we're going to read through these logs, then I'm going to use the GitHub CLI to create some issues for us and push those up to the GitHub repository.
Where do we go?
And Dungy, I don't know if you're still here, but do you have any agentic loops running?
Where do we go? When the sunshine meets the night, kiss me close between the lines. Stuck between the smoking vines.
Interesting. It runs these
Where do we
these node commands to actually query the database, which is interesting, and it uses the code to do that. Instead of just querying the database directly, I have it installed via Homebrew on my local machine. But let's run this again here.
when the sunshine meets the night?
Yeah, that's fine. I haven't actually don't have the booking fully set up. That's what we're about to do today. We're going to work on some of these parameter collection, right? So when I do select a node, we have these parameters. So that's going to mean like, hey, at this node, we want to capture company name, phone number, and any other relevant details, right? And which product they're interested in, maybe. Probably phone number and email. You know, email is critical. We already have the phone number if we're on the phone with them, but definitely email is important so we can send the calendar invitation. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start capturing these parameters on a node, or be able to say, hey, on this node, I need to capture parameters, right? So let's look here. For the current transition, reach trail boss. Interesting. Yeah, open it up in cursor. Line 901. Okay, so it says the model attempted demo request before the current transcription reached trail boss. The guard, interesting, user turn and rejected it. Is not a true debounce. Still clears Twilio immediately on the first speech started. Setting only prevents another clear afterward. Brief noise can still interrupt the assistant. Let's go through these one at a time. Okay, I want you to explain this to me. So the voice agent used the transition tool and made the transition before I guess that transcription made it to the guard. Kind of explain this flow to me so I can understand what the behavior is. So let's see what it says here. Okay. Let's see. So, okay. The agent did not. And let's pull up Twitch here too. Okay. No chats yet. Okay. So the agent did not successfully transition before the transcript arrived. It attempted the transition, but the guard rejected it because the guard was still looking at the previous transcript. Interesting. Okay. So caller audio, OpenAI real time. Okay, so really two paths, I guess, happening kind of asynchronously or at the same time. So model understands the audio and calls the transition tool. Voice Edge sends tool call to trail boss. And then guard reads Postgres. I guess this happened before it made it into Postgres. And talk to one of... Okay, so this is kind of what happened. So what happened on your call? You said, I want to go ahead and talk to one of your sales reps or book a demo. Edge demo request. Okay. Heard the audio and quickly decided to call. At approximately, Trailboss received that tool call. The guard then queried persisted call events. Had not been written yet. Interesting. Okay, you know what? I want to go ahead and talk to one of your sales reps or book a demo. By then, the tool call had already finished and asked you to clarify. I want to schedule a demo. Understands directly. It does not need to wait for Whisper's completed text transcript or which tool to call. Snapshots. The model evaluates the current audio. The guard evaluates the latest persistent, which can be one turn behind. Before forwarding, should wait for the completed transcription belonging to the... And then it can send the tool call. Yeah, but what I'm concerned about is this is causing too much latency. Is there any other way to implement this guard without so much latency, right? Like, could we like pass these explicit instructions for the guard into the voice agent context in a different way, or what do you think about this? Tell cursor here to I want you to review the logs of the latest call and give me your thoughts. I got Opus 4.8 and oh, hey Osiris, what's up, man? How are you doing? Just doing some testing this node graph right now for the voice agent, and we're having some issues with these guards. It's kind of introducing some latency, so when I click on these different conditions between this node graph, I added these guards where it says, okay, only satisfy this condition if there's either explicit callback intent, explicit demo interest, or explicit not interested. And it introduced some latency. We do have the calendar MCP working though. So now the voice agent is able to talk to the Google Calendar. So let's come back to codecs here. OpenAI explicitly documents that input transcription runs asynchronously is only rough guidance because the real-time model understands the audio directly. Oh no, I didn't even I haven't been on Discord a ton, but no, are you off, Osiris? I know you were getting off. For these low-risk graph transitions, I would not make the tool wait for transcription. OpenAI explicitly documents that input transcription runs asynchronously and is only rough guidance. Okay. So compile each edge guard into both the active node instructions and the select transition tool description schema. Okay. So change the tool call from to yeah, so we don't have to, so that'll be passed to the voice agent. Call only, gotcha. So we're gonna have a generated tool description to edge evidence, got it. Why not prompt only? Prompt instructions add no latency. Instructions guide model behavior and are not guaranteed to be followed. Description. Transition applied. Wait is involved. Gotcha. Voice edge. I just left about every server but a couple, and I don't have it on any of my devices. Very firewalled off now. Yeah, so did they actually, I never got, what's interesting is that I never got a message from Discord that, like, to check my ID. I haven't given my ID, and maybe that's for members or something. I don't know. I still haven't had to give Discord my ID, actually. I don't know why. I did see that news, though, when you mentioned that. I saw it everywhere. They still haven't required me to input my ID, though. But let me see. Voice Edge should also attach the current audio item ID internally when the transcript eventually arrives. Okay. Wait is involved. Gotcha. The approach is appropriate because moving internal routing, it does not itself create an appointment. Gotcha. Okay, so explain the full complete flow. So after we save the graph in the front end, then it compiles and gets saved to Redis, right? And then we pass one node at a time to the voice agent, right? So explain, I guess, where, once we apply the guard, right, where that lives in the schema and when it's going to get passed to the voice agent. Just walk me through that flow. Be very concise. They sold it to a foreign government. Really? What do you mean, Osiris? Aren't they incorporated in Delaware or something? Front end saves graph. Let me see. So nodes go into agent. Let's pull up Twitch. Make sure we. Okay. Let's see. So front end. So nodes go into agent nodes. I want you to query Postgres that's installed via Homebrew and also Redis, so you can have kind of a complete understanding, and review the code one more time and then walk me through the flow and be very concise. Oh, oh yeah, you're good. You're good, man. 3 layers against the active agent. Okay. What are you working on now, Osiris? Are you what projects are you working on? I'm checking it out, Osiris. Let me see. Oh, cool. Are these like old school games? Oh, beloved saga titles from Square Enix. No, no, I want to show it to anyone. That's pretty cool, though. I'll check it out more. I'm not. Is it like a marketplace? Or you don't have to go into details, but I'll check it out more too later. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. Yeah, I saw that you're in PowerShell or something, right? I see it in the tab. I did notice the interesting. Interesting. Full web browsing in the terminal kind of seems cool. I don't even know if Codex and these CLI tools, do they have the web browser working in terminal yet? Oh, wow. That's pretty cool, man. Oh, shit. My bad. Nice, nice. No, you're good. You're good. No, that's cool. Keep me updated on that. That's I didn't mean to mention it either. That was a mistake. But no, that's pretty cool. Good work. I haven't seen it yet either myself. Might even be able to be a plugin, maybe a plugin or some sort of package or some way you could configure your environment to use that. I don't know if you're planning to turn it into like a MCP or a CLI or something, but that's pretty cool. Or it's like if you're using, yeah, no, pretty cool stuff. Let's see. No, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. So front end. Okay, be a little more descriptive than that. Give me the flow again, but show me like the schema. Twitch to. Okay, here we go. So let's read through this here. So, okay, so once I save the node graph from the front end here, so like here's the node graph, and I could add a node, delete a node, and then click publish and save it, right? And once it gets saved, yeah, so then once I save that as a node, then what happens is it gets saved. The front end sends the complete graph. So then we send the schema, and the schema looks something like this, right? That describes the nodes and any enabled tools for that node, and then what edges that node has, right? And then we store that schema into Postgres, right? And then the guard is stored inside of this condition config. So let me see. Type condition config. Okay, so it's a JSON binary schema, and this is kind of what that condition config looks like. So we have, and that's what this node looks like, right? So when I select this node, here we have a node key, a template, the goal, the instructions, and any tools, right? Then we also have these edges. When I select the edge, we have kind, label, and guard. So here, this is the guard gets stored inside of this kind of this parameter, right? And so let me come down here. Guarded edges. Okay, got it. So Redis. So then we compile that into Redis, right? So that lives in a Postgres. And then we take that and we compile it as a string into Redis. And let's see. The compiler increments graph and creates, okay. Compiled graph. Okay, and then the compiled graph looks like this. And this lives inside of Redis, right? So we've got the version, what's the start node, right? Nodes by ID, so it kind of lists out the different nodes, and then edges by source, right? It matches Postgres at version 18. Gotcha. So then the call starts, right? So once that phone call starts, then I really like Codex Osiris. So Codex actually passed Anthropic by a long shot, in my opinion. 5.5, like 5.4 to 5.5, felt like a huge leap to me. Opus 4.8 is all right. Doesn't feel close to 5.5. Yeah, no, I'm back. So I'm back, and I'll be streaming a lot more often. Should be streaming a lot more often. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, the Minimax, to be honest, the open models, I need to give them a fair shot. You know, I watch a lot of other people use them, and I still, you know, when I'm like doing this kind of work, I still just like to use the Frontier models, but at some point my plan is really to integrate some of the best open source models into this agent product at some point. Interesting. Minimax 3. Isn't the Minimax company public? Is Minimax public? Company says launch its IPO on Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Yeah, so they're actually public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Minimax. So they definitely have some resources or access to capital through the public markets. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes down. What do you think about it, Osiris? Do you have a read on it yet? Okay, so then the compiled graph has this shape, right? Then here's the call starts. When the call begins, TrailBoss creates per call Redis state. So then TrailBoss. So pretty much it looks like we enter a record into Redis once the call starts. And then we build only the current node, right? So then we take the current node, which it starts on intro, and we take the node instructions and the runtime policy and the tools, and we pass it. So we always pass this select transition tool. Each node always has this select transition tool, and this is actually the tool that the agent uses to transition from one node to the next node. Tag him. Oh. Okay. Let's get to safety here. Okay. All right, cool. So let's see. Okay, so then we pass one node at a time with all the tools. Okay, cool. Then guard information sent to OpenAI. Transition tool. So here's the transition tool. So select transition. Choose a transition only when the latest turn clearly matches. Demo request requires explicit demo interest. Busy now requires explicit callback. Reschedule pause or cannot continue intent. Parameters. Demo request not interested or busy now. Okay. Sees the guard summary, but it only submits edge demo request. Loads the call's pin graph version. Outgoing edge. Finds the latest completed user transcription. Runs the edge's guard against the text. Accepts or rejects this transition. I think we don't need to do this. I mean, how would that work? So why do we have to do these two items? Is this going to introduce a lot of latency? I almost think I just trust the voice agent. If we do pass the guard into the schema, and I guess that would be included in the transition tool, then I think the model may be intelligent enough to where we can trust that decision without doing another review of that of the guard and kind of do an audit on the transcription text. Give me your thoughts on that. Also, tell me what the description of that save memory tool and also the transition tool. So right now we're just fixing the guard. What I'm actually going to do is I'm also, I'm just going to say, I want you to use the GitHub CLI to check all of the issues that I have set up in the Blue Cactus AI organization. Okay, so here we go. So this is, here we go. So we've got, let's see. You do not strictly need both steps. Okay, the server-side guard was added because the model previously selected busy now from weak signals. These two steps provide a deterministic check. Retrieve the latest transcription as evidence. Apply explicit pattern rules before changing work. Model decisions, yeah. This fast. One local, a small set of regular regex. I don't want to do this regex. That should only take milliseconds. The real problem is the race. Here's the audience selects an edge, yeah. Yeah, I'm concerned about that race condition. Let's see what it says. My recommend. So like what's happening pretty much is the model is listening to audio, but it's also doing transcription. And then it's sending that transcription to my service called TrailBoss. So I have a service called Voice Edge and a service called TrailBoss. And the service TrailBoss actually is what returns the schema to the voice agent, one node at a time. I'm talking at a high level. And what's happening pretty much is the model's listening to audio, but it's also doing transcription and sending that transcription to the TrailBoss service. And I need to rename. I tried to get fancy with the names of these services, and it's honestly a pain in the ass now. But you have the TrailBoss service, and it's getting that transcription. But what happens sometimes is the model will make a tool call or make a decision before that transcript even makes it to the TrailBoss service and gets saved to Postgres. So there's kind of like a race condition where if we want to do some sort of deterministic validation using the transcription, it has some behavior problems with the way that we have the flow set up now. I have a flag set in the harness. Could you just have a flag set? Are you talking about in the Blue Cactus AI harness? About the race condition. Let's see. Require the model to supply short evidence, edge, demo request, evidence, the caller explicitly. Okay, my recommendation for ordinary routing, like demo request busy now and not interested, I would trust the real-time model and remove the transcript-based hard rejection. Keep these projections directly into select transition. Optionally require the model to supply short evidence. Log for auditing without blocking the transition. Deterministic validation should remain for confirm booking, deleting information, or changing current save memory description. Save a fact about the user for long-term memory. Use this when the user shares preferences, contact info, callback timing, or important contacts. So that's what the save memory tool looks like. And here's what that schema looks like. When we do save a memory, we have the fact that we're trying to remember, any tags, and then when we're going to forget it. So memories also decay over time. You have some memories that don't decay, some memories that do decay, right? Here's the current transition description. Choose the next workflow transition for the current node where the user's latest turn clearly matches one of the available transitions. If none clearly match, do not call this tool. It adds guarded so for the current intro node, it adds guarded transitions. explicit. Current arguments are only. Okay, so where will this guard go? Is the guard going into the node schema or onto or getting added to the transition tool schema? Yeah, so I do kind of have like whitelisted tool calls, Osiris. So if I'm understanding what you mean, I think so. Like if you click a node right here, I only have these are the tools that are available for this node. So like on the intro node, I have the and look at that. I clicked intro. This is not updating. Oh, there we go. Some strange behavior there, but so like this intro node has a tool called Query Business Docs and lists knowledge-based topics. And so if I wanted to add another tool, I could add the Google Calendar tool or the Save Memory tool. But like right now, when it's on this node, the voice agent can only call these two tools. Now, if it makes it to this node, so if it satisfies this busy now callback intent edge condition, it'll make it to this callback offer node. And then on this node, I have the save memory and the Google Calendar tool, right? So like if you tried to ask what the availability was on the calendar on this node, it wouldn't let you. It wouldn't be able to make that tool call because the agent doesn't even know that that tool exists when I'm on that node, if that makes sense. So if I come back here, let's see. Okay, so the guard belongs to the edge, not the node. Stored on the edge in Postgres, compiled into that edge in Redis. Its outgoing edge guards are converted into instructions in that node's select transition tool. When compiling the source node, its outgoing edge guards are converted into instructions in that node's select transition tool. Gotcha. So we have select transition. So I guess does every node have the select transition tool, I would assume, right? And when you say that are converted when compiling the source node, are you talking about TrailBoss when it compiles the node and returns it to VoiceEdge? I really have to change that service name. The service name is killing me. Let's see. Yeah, it's called, what is the service called? Dialog Graph. It's called the Dialog Graph Runtime TrailBoss. So I guess it's really a graph runtime. It's a true runtime is what it is. So let's see. Okay, oop. I don't want to side chat right now. Okay. A node gets it only when it has at least one outgoing edge intent. Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. I gotta... get away from this guy right now. Okay. So... okay, so a node... okay, so if it has a outgoing intent edge... then it gets this select transition tool call, right? So then TrailBoss reads each node's outgoing edges, right? So each node here has outgoing edges, right? So it's got an edge here going to this other node. It's got an edge here. It's got an edge here, right? So this one node, the intro node, actually has 3 different edges, right? One connects to callback offer, one connects to demo booking, and one connects to closeout. So let's come back to Codex. So pretty much every node that has an outgoing edge gets a select transition tool. And so what that means is that the voice agent, when it's on that node, it knows it has this select transition tool call, right? So, and generates its select transition definition. So, and this is my runtime. So this all happens at runtime, right? Or when the phone call goes live. So when the phone call goes live, it generates select transitions. So you've got intro, outgoing intent edges, and then the generated tool, right? And this is where we're going to include the guard now in this select transition tool. So when the call is currently on intro, TrailBoss takes the already compiled intro definition and adds dynamic runtime context and returns only that node's projection to voice edge through session update. Okay, so show me what those different node projections will look like once we include these new guards into the select transition tool. Show me the full JSON schema, what it will actually look like. Then what we're about to do actually is I'm going to say, I want you to pull down all of the issues in my Blue Cactus AI organization. Okay, so this is what we pass to the voice agent. So like when the call starts, right? When the call starts, this is literally what we pass to the agent. Now, the reason why I only pass like one node at a time is because if I just passed the agent this massive JSON schema, right? What can happen is if there's too much information, too much context, the agent will kind of stumble over itself and get confused, right? And so that's why I'm really building this JSON schema, or the model's calling it a projection right now. And I pass kind of one node projection at a time. And then once we transition from that node to, once the model uses the select transition tool to migrate us from one node to the other, then we call our runtime service again. And then the runtime service builds another projection or another JSON schema that looks like this and passes it back to the voice agent. And so that's why it's like a true runtime, right? Like you'll probably deal with a lot of voice agents that sound great, right? But people are kind of building one big JSON schema and giving it to the voice agent. And really, if it's not a complex call and there's not many steps to a workflow, you know, that could work fine. But once you kind of start to get more complex workflows, it's my understanding that it's good to kind of keep this context as tight as we can. So the voice agent doesn't have like this huge JSON schema that it has to work with, right? Because you can imagine, like, if it's a business workflow, this node graph can get massive. So let me see. Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. OBS. Okay, I'm back. So what we're gonna do, guys, would actually be pretty fun is we're gonna create an issue for this, and then once we fix this, we're gonna check out to a new branch, then we're gonna create a PR, then we're gonna tag that PR to this issue. And that should be kind of cool. So let's see here. Yeah, no problem. So let's see. Open the call, opening instructions, tools. So here's like one tool, right? Then you have another tool. Then you have the select transition tool. I don't like that they don't wrap this. They don't wrap the text here. I guess I could scroll all the way down and then move to the right, but it's kind of annoying. Okay, so let's see. That supports. Okay, so we have evidence here. So here's the demo booking node. So like here's an example of so where is it? Hold on. I'm looking for like a brief explanation of what the caller said that supports this transition. So now we're adding evidence, and here's the save memory tool. Here are the instructions. What does it say up here at the instructions? Runtime policy. So we do have some runtime policies, which I'll explain those. How come I don't see the guard in this schema? I was expecting to see the guard here. Go see what codec said. Okay, demo booking. Okay, so show me a schema, I guess, or a node where the guard would be included in the select transition tool. Okay. So here you go. So this is what the schema looks like. So like on the node intro, right? So this node intro has these tools. And then we have different edges here. We have the busy now callback intent that goes to the callback offer node. Here's this edge that goes to the demo booking node. And this edge that goes to the closeout node, right? So this is what that schema looks like, where our runtime service, the Trailboss graph runtime service, would build this schema and pass it to the voice agent. So you see here, the node is intro, right? Here are the instructions. I don't like this doesn't wrap, it's annoying. Okay, so choose the next workflow, or let's go up to like I wish they kept this this horizontal scroll bar as I scroll up here. It'd be nice if this was like frozen, right? I don't know if that's just me or if anyone else has that annoyance, but So we have instructions, right? And here are the instructions too, right? On intro. So greet the caller briefly. Ask one short question about how they can help you. If the caller is busy, wants a demo, or is not interested, transition accordingly. We don't really need that because we have the transition tool. So anyway, so here you can see that what's going to happen is, because this edge has a guard on it, what's going to happen is in the select transition tool call, which I can scroll here, transition requirements, demo request requires an explicit request or a clear interest. I know you guys can't see that. That's tough. Hold on. Pretty much what happens is, man, that's a bump. Oh, let me move it down like that. Here we go. Pretty much we add it, and what I could do is, let me put this in like a Google Doc for a second, so you guys can see it. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So here's the transition, right? And I probably could have used like Sublime or Atom or something, or a text editor tool to do that, but it's okay for now. This works. So here we go. So here's the intro node. Let's see. So that's the instructions. To the appropriate next step. So here's the select transition. Okay, so it's going to include it. Transition requirements, right? So I'm just going to tell Codex, come back to Codex, and I'm going to say, okay, I like this idea of including the guard details into the transition tool schema. So what services will we need to modify to make these changes? Okay. Okay, and when we make these changes, you'll remove the current behavior, right? Where we have this deterministic code that uses regular expressions to try to audit the transcriptions to make sure that they satisfy the guard conditions. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, what I want you to do is use the GitHub CLI to pull down all of the issues for the Blue Cactus AI organization. Cool. So here it is. It's reading the GitHub skill. At some point too, we're going to review all of our skills and think about which ones we want to use. I'm kind of doing like a PR babysitter still manually. So you guys will see it. I'm going to make these change. We're going to check out to a new branch from main, pull down from main, check out to a new branch, and then we're going to make the changes. We're going to set up an issue, a GitHub issue. We're going to push those changes to the new branch. We're going to open up a PR, and on the PR, we're going to add a comment and tag the issue. And then when we merge the PR, we're going to try and use a comment to close out that issue. And eventually we're going to have stages too, right? I can set up a Kanban board in GitHub. Also, where we have the issues have different stages. And for instance, like if there's any issues that are associated with some, or any commits, or I forget, it's been a while, but pretty much as those issues move to different stages, we can like complete the issue, right? Or put it into pending, or put it into open. And you've seen this. I'm sure anyone that's been vibe coding, you've probably seen a lot of vibe coders that are have their Kanban board up and they're running like agent swarms, right? Or they just enter in their issue or their tasks into this Kanban board, and then the agents will automatically kick off, right? But here, let me go ahead and do this here. So cursors. What happened? Okay. Okay, cool. So okay, well, go ahead and list out all of the issues for me and the titles of the issues. All right, let's see. Let's look at all these issues here. Okay, let's see. What are these issues? Okay, so integrate Tux for workflow evaluation, set up async SMS calendar event rights, bulk outbound call batch. Tools. Let me see. Email channel worker inbound parse and outbound send. Integrate all agent phone numbers. Okay. We need to do that. Cactus Web. Here's the runtime. This is the code sandbox. Rich types and examples, time zone capture and runtime propagation, multi-channel runtime for voice chat, add requests via SMS. Okay, I want you to add two different tools. Okay, I want you to add two different issues to the TrailBoss repository. One issue is what we've been discussing in this chat. We're about to make these changes, so we're making changes to the way that the guard works. And then I want to add another issue to make calendar day and date matching deterministic. And before you make that issue about the day and date calendar matching, review the code to see how we do that today. Okay, so now I'm using Codex. So I use Codex to pull down issues from GitHub. all the issues that I have for my different repositories. And now what I'm doing is now I'm using Codex to create issues, right? So I've just been discussing in this chat the issues with the guard, right? So the issue with the guard was we were using like a regular expression. So when I come to this node, when I click this edge condition, the way that we were handling this was the voice agent was building a transcript. The transcript was getting sent to our Trailboss runtime service, which the runtime service pretty much compiles the nodes with the appropriate tools and the appropriate information and returns it to the voice agent or the voice edge service. What was happening is we're using regular expressions in that runtime service, and the voice agent was making tool calls before we even received the transcript at our runtime service for those regex or the regular expressions to read the transcript and try and make sure that we actually should transition from this node to that node, right? And so that was having like a race condition, and it added a lot of latency. And if you're interested in that, you can kind of rewind back in the stream. But now what we're doing is we're adding these guard condition into the transition tool call. So we really have two tools. We got the Google Calendar tool. You don't see it on here, but we have the save memory tool. We have the RAG tool to query the business documents or the knowledge base. Then we have the Google Calendar tool, but there's two tools you don't see here, which is the select transition tool. Let me get away from this guy. Is the select transition tool, and then the save memory tool. Is the select transition tool and the save memory tool. So what we're doing now is when there's a guard on this edge condition, we're taking that information and we're going to add it into the select transition tool, right? So like here you can see this is the current node is intro, right? And then we have one tool, which is the query business docs tool, right? And then we have a select transition tool. And in this select transition tool, it says choose the next workflow transition only when the caller's latest turn clearly satisfies its requirement. And then here's the transition requirements. Demo request requires an explicit request for or clear interest in demo. Busy now requires an explicit request for callback, rescheduling, pausing the conversation, or a clear statement that the caller cannot continue. Not interested has no additional guard, right? So now we're about to make these changes. So I'm in Codex. So we're checking all the issues. Right now, these are the issues that we have in the service. This is the service that we need to modify to make these changes. Hey, Mar, how are you? Oh, hey, Comported. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. How are you guys doing? Any fun projects y'all are working on, or how is the vibe coding going? Yeah. Let's come back to Codex here. Okay, here we go. So now we're creating an issue, right? So we're using the GitHub CLI from Codex. And I had a chat session with it. We decided, okay, we're going to work on these different features together. I am porting Coco's, a game engine, to the Wii using Codex. Wow, awesome. You know, that's the beautiful thing about AI is, you know, like that transition before AI, porting something like that, I imagine would be incredibly challenging, right? Or even for me, like sometimes I've been refactoring a service. You know, let's refactor it from node to go. And in the past, before AI, you would never do that in a million years, right? But now it makes sense. Or even a big enterprise organization, if they would never even think about doing a refactor, right? But now with AI, you know, the cost for that refactor has completely changed. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we're gonna create this issue. Boom. We're creating another issue. Boom. Okay, cool. So, just trying to make it back to our dead body here. We do a little old school WoW in the background. It's kind of hard to play WoW in the background, to be honest. And I have a, you know, now I have a new kind of scene where if I want to, if I want to if I want to pop it to just the game, I can do that. And I still have plans to like do some plugin stuff, or try to work with the WoW API and also the old school RuneScape API. But let's just make it back to our body here. And then we'll go back. Okay, let's come back here. Cool, now we're back. All right. Let me just kind of try to get to a safe zone here, guys, and then we're going to get back to it. I guess no place is safe here. But anyway, so here we go. So let's make this. We're going to view the issue. Both issues were created. Okay, here we go. So we got two different issues. Move the intent guards into select transition contract and remove transcript regex blocking. This one is, we're going to do that another day. What's happening too is when I have the calendar gets a little confused if you go far out. It gets confused trying to match the day to the date, right? So, and I still don't fully understand why it does that. But what I'm doing now is like when someone wants to book a demo on the calendar, I pass today's date to the agent so it has it in its context, and then the agent will kind of count, right, or try to match. If I say, okay, I'm free next Friday, right, it'll take the day today, which is the 8th, and then try and figure out, okay, what's the date next Friday, right? But I've noticed there's some strange behavior with that, so I'm going to make that more of a deterministic tool to match the day to the date, if that makes sense. And you know, these models are super intelligent, you know, but then when something like that happens, or you say, hey, I'm free next month on Monday, and you know, it can't figure out what the date is next Monday, right? You know, it's kind of like a little gap in intelligence there for the model. But it has some difficulty doing that, but we're gonna eventually do that. So now I'm gonna say, okay, run git status on the trail boss service. What branch are we on? Hey, Lil Big Shot, how's it going? What's good? Coco's, you can Google it if you like. Cool, I'm porting Coco's, the game. Coco's, let me check that out. Coco's 2XD. Coco's 2D-X. Open cross-platform, interesting. So this is what Comported is working on. Wow, 20,000 stars. 2D games, interactive book, doesn't matter. Nice. So this is like obviously I'm not super familiar with gaming, but I know that obviously there's like the Unreal Engine, right, or these different frameworks for building games, but I assume this is a super lightweight framework. Or people 2 years ago was the last commit. I guess it's not being actively maintained. Add today day. Yeah, so that's kind of what I do, something similar to that, and we'll check that in a second. Okay, it's on main. Okay, I want you to pull from origin and then check out to a new branch with the appropriate name. We're going to start working on issue 13. What I can do actually is I'm just curious. I want you to look at the services in phase 1 so you understand the system. And then I want you to review the code and help me understand how today we help the voice agent match the date to the day. So in the past, when I was doing demo booking using the real-time API MCP, I would say, hey, I want to book a meeting next week, right? Or next month on Tuesday. And the model would continually ask me, what's the date? What's the date? But we did have a resolution for that. We started to pass in today's date to the agent in the context. I just want you to review the code and concisely explain to me how we do that today. I'm considering making this a deterministic tool because I notice, if a user says, hey, I want to call me next year, right? Or we want to book a meeting next year, but we only passed in today's date into the context. The model seems to have challenge with that. So give me your thoughts on if I should turn that into a deterministic tool. Interesting. Very cool, comported. And Mar, I'm checking this out right now. Okay, so let's do this. We're about to pull from main. So what I always like to do is, whenever I check out from main, right? I check out from that state, whatever state main is in, right? So if you're a local main and you're a remote main, there's a diff there, right? Or there's a difference. You might end up with some sort of merge conflicts when you try to merge back into main. So what I'm doing now is I'm pulling from main. Then then once I know, okay, my local main and my remote main match, right? There's no diff. Then I'm going to check out to a branch, right? So now I'm pulling down from main. So we're pulling down from main. Okay, so created and switched to this branch. So now we're on a new branch, issue 13. Okay. Let's close this. Okay, so now what I'm going to say is, okay, go ahead and make the changes. Okay, here we go. So while I do that, I'm actually going to come all the way up to the top of the chat. And let me see. Man, we've done a lot here. Okay. So I know that we had, it reviewed the logs at the very, very beginning of the chat today. We reviewed the logs. Ooh, I don't want to go too high up here. Hold on. I don't want to expose any keys or anything that are in here. Let me actually, hold on, let me scroll up over here real quick. I'm just looking for when it first reviewed the logs. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's bring that back over. Let's come down. Okay. Oh. Okay, it's making the changes now. Let me actually pull up cursor real quick. All right, so I also had, when I made the test call at the beginning of the stream, I also had, okay, here we go. I also had a cursor, or Opus 4.8, review the logs of that call with the voice agent, right? So let's just look at this. So, OpenAI real-time API. So we are using the GPT real-time 2 API. Directions, no is from working in production. Normal termination. Full agent feature set exercised. So it did RAG, it did knowledge-based retrieval, no hallucination on pricing. Issues worth your attention. The demo booking probably was not actually created, which we know that. 2 minutes of scheduling friction in the intro node. Cooley said, I can't access a live calendar from here. I can't confirm a demo booking. It only gained after transitioning to demo booking. The model should transition sooner. Bargain path was never actually tested. I need to test Bargain. Now let's look. Let's see if it can figure out why did this happen. Okay, review the code. Help me understand why this happened. So we already know why this happened. There was a race condition, and we're in a deterministic way using regular expressions to try to use these, set up these guards, right? And that's what we're about to fix. But I'm curious if Opus 4.8 can figure it out or not. It looks like Codex 5.5 is still making the changes here. See if Opus 4.8 can figure out what happened here. And what is everyone's thoughts on? Anyone have any thoughts on Opus 4.8 or GPT 5.5? Or the new Gemini models? For me personally, it kind of feels like you know, and I know that I've been seeing on the news that Anthropic actually on revenue run rate, or at this new valuation that they just raised at, I don't know if it's a Series ED, I think it's Series E, maybe 65 billion. I know that I think they passed OpenAI in terms of valuation. But in my experience, and I know that it's Anthropic held the frontier on coding. Like the first model I ever used that was like, I was like, whoa, this is really good at coding, was Sonnet. I think Sonnet 3.5, and that's really when I completely transitioned to vibe coding. And then, you know, it felt like Anthropic has been at the frontier of coding, and I guess because they're at the frontier, right, they captured a lot of enterprise business. ChatGPT captured the consumer, right? And like ChatGPT is like a verb, right? People say, "Oh, I'm Googling something." Now they say that they're ChatGPTing it, right? So I guess Anthropic kind of, they have the enterprise right now, but you know, as soon as OpenAI or Google start to catch up to the frontier of coding, and in my opinion, GPT 5.5 passed Opus 4.8. I don't know if the benchmarks show that or not, But, in my everyday real world experience, 5.5 seems pretty damn good. And they're putting a lot of pricing pressure. I need to look at the exact cost, input and output between 4.8 and 5.5. But I know, OpenAI is putting some significant pricing pressure and keeping costs down. But as Google and OpenAI start to catch up, right? It'll be interesting to see, does Anthropic lose some of that enterprise business, right? And I don't know. I just think OpenAI has if you look at the daily visitors, I think to ChatGPT.com, it's some massive, huge number, right? Anthropic's, I guess, catching up in revenue run rate, but all that's coming from a small set of customers on the enterprise, which are critical. Still running now. Interesting. Claude, I'm trying to think. The other day it did I don't know. In one of my services, I was injecting some secrets at runtime from a Docker file, which you're not really supposed to do. You're supposed to have the secrets in your environment, and it just wouldn't let me do it. I think Anthropic. It was definitely interesting to see Elon give them some compute, right? Because initially Elon was not happy with Anthropic, and maybe it's because he's more unhappy with Sam Altman than he is with Anthropic. But it was interesting to see him do a deal with them for compute, right? But he's gonna kind of give that compute and then take it away giving a baby a toy and taking it back away. But yeah, definitely, Dario has done a lot of this kind of these I guess you could call it regulatory capture fear tactics, where the conversation is constantly around how everyone's going to lose their job, and China, China, all the China talk, right? And I know at one point he was, and I don't know all the details on this, but he was advocating for more regulation, right? And seemed like he was positioning himself like, hey, let's set up regulation, and I'm the guy that's safe, right? And at one point he was even saying Sam Altman was YOLOing, right, in terms of getting too much data center. But now it looks like Anthropic doesn't have enough data center, right? So I don't know. He seems to get Dario seems to get a little high and mighty sometimes. So okay, so we implemented this code. Let's click review. Cool. Okay, so we have build transition tool. We removed this. Here was the deterministic code. It looks like, or maybe not. What was this code? Build select transition tool. Guard notes. Huh. Guards. Transition. So if anyone's not familiar, guys, right, the red, and I know even something as simple as get diff, when you're first really getting going, it can be kind of confusing. But the red means code that was removed, green means code that was added, right? Just kind of skimming over here. Oh, this is the turns test. Interesting. Okay. Runtime validation test. What is this? Transition guards. Okay, transition guards test. Transition selection. Gotcha. Transition. Guard name. Oh, this is a test. I was about to say, is that hard-coded? Transition tool. Got it. Okay, so here's the transition tool. Transition tool test. Man, a lot of tests. Okay, here's the compiler. Transition tool. Intent edges. Guard notes. Transition. Choose the next workflow transition for the current node. Okay, I guess this was happening inside runtime. For now, you know, I think we're okay. And we can always go back, guys, right? Like, if there's any issue, that's the beautiful thing about Git, is there's ever a problem, we go backwards, right? So, implemented issues, so changes. Guard requirements now appear in select transition description. Schema requires edge, evidence, remove transcript lookup, preserved allow edge and stale generation checks. With 14 passing tests, I'm gonna say. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we wanna commit these changes and push to origin. And when we commit it, I want to tag the issue number 13. Can we do that? Or sorry, I want to commit, push to origin, and then we're going to open a PR. And when we open that PR, I want to add a comment or tag it to issue number 13. Can you do that? So let's see if it can do this here. Okay, nice. So this is how you do it, guys, actually. So you can open up you can add issues to GitHub, and then you can open up a PR and then add a comment closes number 13. And what'll happen is when you merge that PR into main, it'll close that issue for you. So that's like a kind of like an automation type of thing that GitHub provides out of the box for free. Okay. Okay, let's push. Okay, now what I want you to do is monitor for comments. Sometimes it can take 5 to 10 minutes for the comments. Oh. So this is kind of annoying, actually, when and this is like a whisper flow thing, but sometimes I'm trying to speak another message to codecs, and then it pops up with this message. Hey, do you want to allow this, or please allow this? It's a permissions thing, and then my whisper flow text gets lost. But let's click allow. So right now we're excuse me. right now we're setting up a PR using Codex, right, in the GitHub CLI. So I'm going to click allow. All right, we just created the PR. Beautiful. Okay, now what I want you to do is check for comments from BugBot and Codex PR review. It can take up to 5 to 10 minutes. So I want you to use the GitHub CLI to check for comments on the PR. Once BugBot or Codex PR review tool leaves comments on the PR, I want you to review those comments and then make the changes, the appropriate changes. Oh no. Okay, BugBot and Codex PR review are running now. It can take 5 to 10 minutes. I want you to use the GitHub CLI to check the comments on the PR. Once you pull down the comments, review the comment and make the appropriate changes. Okay. Cool. Just okay, so we're waiting for these BugBot comments. And let's just trying to make it to someone who's in my party here in Old School WoW real quick. Okay. Let's okay. Let's click yes. Just hopefully I don't die here. 1 second. And no PR comments yet. It's running asleep. Codex is running asleep, waiting for the BugBot comments. Okay. So let's see. The first polling window is still running. The branch remains clean and unchanged while I wait for the reviewers to publish findings. Let me actually see if I can. Let's go to GitHub here. Runtime trail boss. Pull request. Okay, so here's the actual PR, guys. And so wait, let me pull this up. Pull this up. It's a different browser, that's why. Okay. Anyway, so here's here's the summary of the changes. Here is the close is number 13. So if I actually opened up number 13 here, you could see here's the actual wow, added a lot of detail in the issue, right? Which is awesome. So, and then linked to pull request. So you see how this is an issue in GitHub, and then we actually linked the pull request too, right? And now we're waiting for, oh, it's not, it's just a draft. That's why, okay, hold on. It's a draft. That's why BugBot and Codex PR Review is not running. See if it can figure out what to do. Okay, can you mark it ready for review? Okay, allow. Nice. It went ready for review. Now we're gonna see the PR review. So here you go, BugBot. So BugBot and Codex PR review just left an emoji on the PR. So now we got a PR, we got an issue that's tagged to the PR, right? And the PR is our new branch merging into main. And I like to go through this, guys, at a high level because I know there's some new Vibe coders out there too. And please follow, like, and subscribe, everyone, if you haven't already. But you know, as I was, even when I first started getting into technology, you know, some of this GitHub and Git stuff was a little confusing. After a while, you realize, man, it's so simple. How was that ever confusing? But that's why I like to talk about like PRs and kind of this workflow, right? Anyway, so let's go back here. I'm gonna say, okay, great. Now you can start to poll for comments. Now, when people talk about agentic loops, right? Like this is an idea for an agentic loop. You know, so I could have a system where I just go enter in issues and there's an agent that's constantly polling, looking for new issues. And when you get that new issue, it fires off an agent, and that agent goes and finds the right repository. It checks out to a new branch in that repository. It makes those modifications. And then what it would do is go ahead and create a PR, right? So all you would do is in GitHub or in your Kanban board or your issue system, even Cursor released like an SDK, I think, to help do this. Let me see, the Cursor SDK. Cursor SDK. Yeah, so actually Cursor has this, they have this Cursor SDK now that has a Kanban board. Some DAG task runner, which kind of looks cool actually. But it would be interesting to maybe build some sort of always on loop. I'm personally still not ready to do that, to be honest. I'm not fully token maxing. Um, okay, so let's see. Now you can start polling for comments. It's running a sleep command. And let's see what Cursor figured out while we wait for that. So today we still haven't got, I guess I made an agent call, and then I realized there was an issue with the guard, right? So now I've been working on the guard for a couple hours. But I still want to get to parameter capture if we can. We'll see if we can here. Yeah, I guess we changed the code already, and Opus was able to figure that out. Because the code doesn't have the regex guard validation anymore. Okay, let's come back to Codex. Let's see. Still waiting. Let's see if Bugbot successful. Codex did find something. See, like, this is some... One thing I noticed with AI is there's a lot of sanitization. Like, a ton of sanitization, a ton of fallbacks, right? Where in my business, I'm not such a big company where I always know the shape of the data. If I have a function or an endpoint that's receiving a request or some sort of object, usually I know, okay, this object is gonna contain these different parameters, right? And I know sometimes the shape of the data will change if you're working with a partner that's making changes to their API, that can change the shape of the data. So that's why sometimes these fallbacks and sanitization can, I guess, stop like a production system from having issues. But for me, I'm so deep in the weeds, I know what that shape of that data looks like. But let's see what Codex thinks about this. It should see the comment now. It should see the shape of the data now. Okay, so I'm gonna say, okay, so before you fix this issue, explain this to me. So in my situation, we always know the shape of that data, right? So the way that the front end is built out, there's no way to create a guard that has a title that we're not familiar with, right? But explain this issue to me in more detail. I don't like to add too much extra fallback or sanitization because code gets very verbose. Whoa, what happened? Hold on. Where's my last... I missed the text box. Hold on. Whisper flow. Okay, here we go. That's one nice thing about Whisper Flow, is it has a history of all of your transcripts, which is nice. Okay. Explicit? Yeah, so see this? So like, Codex warned me that if I enter in a, and let's just move this back over here. But say that I, in my node graph, right? Like right here in the node graph, when I click on an edge, right, I see the guard here. But the guard only has these options, right? So Codex came, and in the PR, it mentioned that when an edge contains an unrecognized or misspelled guard, right, returns an empty string, some function here, get transition guard summary, returns an empty string. So this filter silently removes the guard requirement. So I guess this function here is looking for specific names for these guards, right? And if there's a typo in that name, it doesn't get added to the select transition tool. Contains only recognized guards. So your current graph contains only recognized, so this is not an active production data problem. I agree that adding sanitization and runtime fallback layers would be excessive. Time invariant. Oh, just throw an error. Okay, so you're saying just throw an error, right? And what would be the extra testing you would add? Okay, that's fine. Okay, and where would you add these tests? Are you adding the tests to the code? Are you adding a new test file? I don't know if I love all these test files just kind of hanging around either, honestly. Hey, Ethereum. I'm good, I'm back, and should be streaming a lot more often now. 2 months world tour. Upcoming projects in world tour also I was coding. Awesome, I love that nomad coding. Coding in remote locations is always, it's always good to get some fresh scenery, right? Helps the mind, the creative juices flow. But right now what I'm doing is let me see. We have this node graph here, and I've been testing the agent. And right now what's happening is we're working on these guards. So each edge has a guard, right? And we have these different guards like explicit callback intent, explicit demo interest, explicit not interested. And what was happening is at first we have our voice service, which is the voice edge service, and then we have the runtime service. And the way that it works is as the agent goes from one node to another node, the runtime service returns the details for that node. So like this is what kind of the node details look like. So you'll have the intro node, and it has some instructions, and it has some tools that are associated with it. And the way that it works now is we also have a tool called a select transition tool. And the select transition tool is how the agent determines, all right, do we need to move from one node, from this node to this node, or from this node to that node, right? So, and you don't see it here, but like every node that has an edge on it that goes from a source node to a target node has a tool called select transition. And so if I click on this edge, I can add this guard, right? And so what we're doing now is when there's a guard on an edge, what we do is we add that guard into this select transition tool. So here you can see transition requirements. Demo request requires an explicit request or clear interest in a demo. So before, what we're doing is we're using regular expressions, regex, in our runtime service. And what was happening is the voice agent was doing transcription and also listening to the audio. And so as we're doing transcription, we were sending that transcription to the runtime service. And the runtime service was reading that transcription and then using regular expressions for these guards. But what's happening is there was like a race condition. Sometimes the voice agent would listen to the audio and it would make a decision. It would make a tool call before it would make a tool call or make a node transition before the runtime service got the transcript. So there was like a race condition. So now what I'm doing is instead of doing regular expression and using the transcript to try to make this determination on if the edge condition was satisfied with the guard, now I take that guard information and I'm passing it into the select transition tool. And then for each node, we build this JSON schema, right? So then we only pass one node schema at a time to the voice agent, and then the voice agent uses the select transition tool. Once it calls that select transition tool, then the runtime service says, all right, we're transitioning from this node to the next node. Then it goes and gets the details for the next node, takes that JSON schema and passes it back to the voice agent. Oh, yes. I know. I'm excited for the World Cup too coming up. So thank you, Imperium. So this is a voice agent agentic workflow. Yes. Now what I did too is what I'm doing is I just created a PR, right? So now I have a PR that says move intent guards into transition tool contract, right? So pretty much we have, or let's go to the issue first. So this was the issue. So move intent guards into select transition contract and remove transcript regex blocking, right? So pretty much this is what we ended up doing right here. So now we have, this is what that select transition tool call actually looks like. And then now we have evidence, right? So when it does do this transition selection, we're using this evidence to help us determine why that transition happened. So now what I'm going to do is, let's see. Okay. I would add both tests to the existing. Okay, go ahead and throw the error and add these new tests, and then push to origin. So I used Codex to pull down issues. Then I had Codex create a new issue, right? And then I had Codex link the issue to the PR, right? So now I have the issue linked to the PR, and I added a comment called closes number 13. So what this does, when you add this comment called closes issue number 13, what'll happen is when I merge the PR, it'll automatically close that issue. Thanks, Imperium. Thank you. Appreciate that. Much love. Okay, so let's see. Now we're coming back to Codex. Okay, go ahead and go there and add these new tests and push to origin. Okay, cool. So what I could do actually is we could test this before we merge is what we're gonna do. So let me come back here and say, okay, I want to test these latest changes. So what I want you to do is kill the phase 1 services and restart them. We're going to be testing these new changes. We checked out to a new branch in the runtime service. Confirm that we checked out to the new branch, and then kill phase 1 and restart phase 1. Phase 1 is just a bash script that starts all of the services. Let's see if Opus 4.8 can do this. Okay, let's push these to origin. Good. Ngrok is down again? Wait. Are you sure the Ngrok tunnels are down? Why the Ngrok? Running peakers on hold. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. Let's check the status. After pushing the fix, okay. Can you check my Ngrok tunnels? Are they down? I don't want to expose these Ngrok tunnels yet. Hold on. Okay. I just moved this off screen for a second. I don't know why these Ngrok tunnels. I'm checking. What happened? Why did the Ngrok tunnels go down? Interesting. Usually the Ngrok, I'll check Ngrok, the launcher behavior. Checking the Ngrok logs here. I cannot prove the exact termination reason. It worked through at least. The Mac did not. No recent command explicitly did not produce a crash report. So this looks like a local process lifecycle problem. Let me try and make another phone call here, and then I want to see if it happens again, or confirm the tunnels are down. I still don't believe the tunnels are down. Let's see.
We are sorry. An application error has occurred.
Okay, the tunnels are down. All right, let me set up these tunnels. Let's go into cursor again. Okay, I want you to start up the ngrok tunnels again, and then modify the environment, and then restart phase 1 services, and then give me the Twilio webhooks. Hey, I just have the guys. I have it off the screen right now because I have to modify my environment file after I boot up these ngrok tunnels. Which is strange. Start them again. I don't think it's actually a persistent background job, but... No, I didn't. I have before. And when I do, I rotate them immediately. But yeah, that's why I have it off the screen. Anything, when I'm modifying an environment file, you know, I always take it off the screen. Okay, then I'm gonna have to open up Twilio and then update these webhooks, and then go from there. Okay, let's see if it's still up. Let's refresh. Okay, cool. Also, we have full Google OAuth working. So Google OAuth is working. We also have this full call history here. This was the 12-minute call. With the observability for the call. And the full audit history of the call. And all this is getting stored on AWS S3. But then let's make sure that this is booted up. Yeah, Google Cloud Console for Google OAuth. But and also I have in settings, integrations, we hook up your Google Calendar too, right? So we hook up to Google Calendar, and then when the phone call starts, actually, we get the key that we need to authenticate with your Google Calendar, or we pass in that key to the OpenAI real-time API, that short-lived key. Okay, we're going into Twilio now, and then we're going to make a test call. Twilio. Grab this, log in, Twilio console. Let's log in here. I'm actually interested in this too. Review the code. Show me how we authenticate with Google and pass in the appropriate key to the real-time API, so real-time API can use the connector for Google Calendar. Here, fully. Okay, let's go to products and services, voice. No, numbers and senders. Overview. Phone numbers, grab it. Okay. Voice. Edit. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, now we're gonna try and make another call here. First, I'm gonna say, okay, we restarted the services. I'm gonna do another test phone call now. I want you to open the logs and review, and then give me some example things that I can say, or sentences that I can say to test this guard, right? To make sure it's working as expected. Oh, nice, nice, Osiris. Everyone's got put to bed. That's good. Good for a vibe coder with a busy home, I would assume. Okay. Let's go. Make sure it doesn't pull up the end file again. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to save the graph again. Okay. Okay, do I need to save the graph again? Okay, so let's save this again. Open up our node graph. There's a bug right there, but let's publish again. Then come back to agents. Okay, now it's on graph version 19, which is good. Now, okay. Okay, I saved the graph. Now give me the example sentences so we can test these guards, intent guards. All right, we're about to make the test call here. And again, so what's going to happen is okay, there we go. Yeah, so what's about to happen is see that okay. Okay, so here we go. So wait, where's the Oh, that's the pull request. I want to see the issues. Okay, here's the issue. All right, so what's supposed to happen is now we got in the select transition tool, we have this new evidence, right, where it says briefly state what the caller said that satisfied the selected transition requirement. So we're going to pass in the evidence. So when the model decides, okay, we're moving from this node to that node, it's going to give us the reason why it made that decision. And also the guard is going to now be in here, inside of the transition tool description. So let's come back to codecs. Okay. Push. Okay, here we go. Should remain on intro. All right, so let's test this. So let me minus that, and let's come to our debug page. Slide it over here, type in the number, and then we're gonna bring it back. All right.
Hi, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI, and it's really nice to meet you. What can I help you with today?
Hey, hold on. Someone's at my door.
No problem. Take your time. When you're back, tell me if you'd like to continue or schedule a callback. Sounds like you're busy. What's the better time for me to call you back?
No, I'm not busy.
Got it. What time would you prefer for a callback later today or tomorrow?
Okay, what's your availability? Do you have any availability tomorrow?
Let me quickly check tomorrow's schedule so I can give you a clear answer. Tuesday, June 9th is busy. If you'd like, share a specific time that works for you, and I can note it for a callback.
What about Wednesday next week? Are you busy then?
Let me check that Wednesday so I can tell you if it's open or not. Wednesday, June 17th is busy. If you want, suggest a time on another day and I can note.
Okay, guys, so that's the calendar, but there was a mistake right at the beginning. It made a mistake. Review the logs. When I said someone was at my door on the intro node, and it moved me to callback offer. So what happened is here, I said, all I said was, oh, here's the evidence. So it transitioned workflow from intro to callback offer. Right? So it moved me from this node to this node. So it went from intro to callback offer, and it was supposed to satisfy this, right? Which this has an explicit callback intent, guard, right? And so it should not have, when I said someone's at my door, right? It's, oh, nice, Osiris, nice. I really got to get on the, I got to go to Open Router and start checking out some of these open source models. I'm going to get this deployed to AWS EKS, get this live. I actually have a meeting on Wednesday with someone that may be interested in selling this service as a white label service to enterprise. And so really got to get this ready, or at least get it flexible enough and harden it enough to be confident, walking into like a medium-sized company and doing demo. But kind of want to get this deployed, literally get a version of this deployed, hook up Stripe, hook up hook up a usage dashboard to understand usage, get a pricing model and an offering, and kind of tighten things up, remove anything that's not functional, and at least get a V1 out there ASAP right now. But anyways, let's try to figure this out. So it should not have went to callback offer. So let's see. The guard description was too broad. Hold on, someone's at my door. Edge equals busy now. Evidence indicating they need to pause and cannot continue right now. There was no transcription race. The model received the correct sentence and deliberately selected busy now. Requires explicit callback, reschedule, pause, or cannot continue intent. Qualifies. The word pause tells the model that hold on qualifies. The guard description. Okay, can you review all of my guard descriptions and improve them? I want to keep them high level and not too descriptive, right? Because there's lots of different kind of variations of the conversation. I want to keep it broad enough, but definitely if I just say someone's at my door, I don't want to move it immediately to the callback offer until we're ready. And I need to set it up. Right now I have it to where once I move to that callback offer node, I can't move backwards, right? We're moving forward through the workflow. But at least let's see what it does here. Let's make sure no one's chatting on Twitch. Okay, cool. So I guess soon we're gonna have the OpenAI and the Anthropic IPO. I read something that Anthropic filed some document preparing for the IPO. And there's a lot of significant investment. So it's gonna be interesting to see. As some of these investors that have invested billions into Anthropic, right? I'm sure some of them will want some exit liquidity when it IPOs. And obviously at the IPO, it's going to a lot of volatility. But it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens to that valuation, especially as we see more and more enterprise companies as the earnings statements get released, right? Do we see like margin expansion in the earnings statements, right? That validates the spend on AI. And we all know that we're getting more productive, right? It's hard to measure it in a monetary way, at least now, but you should see that productivity show up in earnings statements. And if you see it show up in earnings statements, you may see these valuations continue to climb for the AI companies. Definitely going to be interesting to see if we get a spike in unemployment or not, too. And kind of what happens with this disruption. Okay, so let's see. Let me see which files it edited. Just make sure it didn't edit the... see what it did. Okay. Lens still has pre-existing unrelated failures. Okay. Okay. All right, so we changed these guards. I'm gonna say, okay, do we need to kill phase 1 and restart phase 1? And then we're gonna make another test call. Save the graph again. Okay. Let's publish this graph again. Okay, so we updated the descriptions for all of these, right? So when I come to this, clear interest in having or scheduling a demo. Not interested. That doesn't have a runtime guard. That doesn't have a runtime guard. Demo request. No runtime guard. Okay. So we can test these for now. Okay, I saved the graph again. Restart phase 1. Oh, let's go to genres. Try a little neo soul. Let's get a little jazz going. Hold on, let's get some jazz. Okay. Still trying to start phase 1 shell script. Now, I don't know if I'm the only one that noticed all this detached screen stuff. And I don't know if this is like new functionality Apple has added to their operating system for agents, but it never used to detach the screen. I don't know if the model just got more intelligent or it understands like the operating system, Apple operating system better. And that was always available. I think it might have came back up. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so okay, give me the sentences that I can ask to test these intent guards. That's frustrating. Let's go to whisper flow. Hey, Osiris, is the vision support? I know you did a lot of work to set up that vision MCP for Minimax and Cursor, but is the native vision support, is it good? Is it better than the MCP you had set up? Okay, let's try all these. Now we're gonna make another phone call. Let's publish this again, just for good measure. Let's go to agents. Okay. Then let's come to debug console. And I'm also gonna duplicate this. Or whatever, let's bring this over. Okay, let's go, let's type in the number again. Okay, I'm about to make the test call. Open and follow the logs. Open and follow the logs. The services are up right now. I'm about to make a test call. Okay, here we go. So it's just see a cursor real quick. Hold on.
Hi, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI, and I'm really glad you're here. What can I help you with today?
Yeah, hold on. I got someone knocking at my door.
No worries, take your time. I'll be right here when you're ready to continue.
All right, I'm back. And why are you calling me?
I'm calling from Blue Cactus AI to help with product questions, demos, pricing, or support. What's the quickest thing you'd like to get done right now?
Hold on, I need a moment to think.
Take a moment, that's fine. I'll stay on the line until you're ready.
And what does your company do? And are you a human?
Sure. Let me explain who I am and what we do. I'm an AI assistant, not a human. Based on the company docs I can see, Blue Cactus AI works with GPS tracking and camera-related products, and there's also device documentation like LED status details. If you want, tell me what you're trying to do, like pricing, a demo, or support, and I'll help with that.
Yeah, all right. Well, I got a camera in my truck, and it's blinking green LED. It's annoying the hell out of my driver.
Got it. Let me check what that blinking green light usually means. A green LED is the network or communication indicator.
All right, hold on. Someone's at my door again.
No problem. Handle the door. I'll be here when you get back.
You know what? Can we reschedule this conversation? I got some dude at my door.
Got it. Let me set this up as a reschedule. Totally understand. Sounds busy. What's the better time for a quick callback later today or tomorrow?
Yeah, what's your availability this week?
Okay, let me check the calendar for this week so we can find a good time. This week, Monday, June 8th is available. Tuesday, June 9th is busy. Wednesday, June 10th is available. Thursday, June 11th is busy. Friday, June 12th is available. Saturday, June 13th is available. And Sunday, June 14th is available. What day works best for your callback?
All right, how about next week?
Got it? Let me look at next week's calendar for you. Next week, Monday, June 15th is available. Tuesday, June 16th is available. Wednesday, June 17th is busy. Thursday, June 18th is available. Friday, June 19th is available. Saturday, June 20th is available. And Sunday, June 21st is available. Which day should we use?
What about in September?
Let me think about that for a moment. I can check a specific day or a week in September, but not the whole month at once. Which day or week should I check for a callback?
All right, just check the first week.
Okay, let me check that first week so we can narrow it down. Do you mean the first week of September, like September 1 through 7?
Yeah. And you know what? I'm just not interested in the product.
Thanks for letting me know. I'll close this out, and if you ever need help with Blue Cactus AI in the future, we can pick it up then.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Have a good rest of your day.
So guys, that worked way better. I didn't test memory. It's kind of a bummer. I should have tested save memory for you guys, so you could see that. But the save memory is pretty damn cool. You know what? We'll test save memory again right now. So let's make another phone call. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. Also, if you're trying to join a community, the community's really small right now, but I'm going to try to put more effort into it and try to stream more consistently. But if you're interested in like a community of people that are interested in vibe coding, you can go to discord.bluecactus.ai. In your browser, and that'll take you to the invite link for Discord, and then and it should open up Discord automatically for you. Or you put that discord.bluecactus.ai into the URL bar. That'll redirect you to the Discord invite link, and then you can copy that and paste it directly into Discord to join as well. But let's see. Let's test the save memory. Man, I should have reviewed the logs, but that's okay. I'll just show it for chat. Hey, what's up?
I can help with Blue Cactus AI products, pricing, demos, or support. What do you want to do next?
Hold on, I'm just gonna pull up the node graph again for you guys. Let's go to agents. Let's pull up the node graph. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna go right to demo booking. Right to demo booking. Yeah, I just spoke with your sales guy yesterday, and I reviewed the information he sent me. I'm ready to book a demo.
Got it. You're ready to book a demo. Let me set that up now. Awesome. Thanks for reviewing the info. What's the best time for you this week to do the demo?
Yeah, you know what? I'm available any Tuesday.
Okay. Let me note that preference and then we'll pick a Tuesday time. Got it. Tuesdays work for you. What time of day is usually best? Morning or afternoon?
Mornings are better. Now, are you available on Tuesday?
Let me quickly check the calendar for next Tuesday morning. Do you mean Tuesday, June 9 or a different Tuesday? If it's June 9, I can check that morning.
I don't know. Just tell me what Tuesdays you're available.
Let me check the calendar for upcoming Tuesdays. I'll check the next few Tuesdays and see which of those days are open. Tuesday, June 9 is busy. Tuesday, June 16 and Tuesday, June 23 are available. Morning works best for you. So which of those dates do you want?
Doesn't matter. Pick one.
Let's do Tuesday, June 16 at 10 a.m. If that works, say yes, book it, and I'll lock it in.
Yeah, that works. Book it.
Perfect. I'll quickly confirm that time is still open. You're all set for Tuesday, June 16 at 10 a.m. A separate system will finish the booking after this call.
Okay, great. Good. Bye.
Thanks for your time today. Have a great day. Bye.
Okay, so this is pretty cool. So you see like the tags that it's putting on the memories. It's like here, demo booking requested for Tuesday at 10 a.m. and it added a tag booking request. This memory, caller is available any Tuesday for a demo. Tags, demo follow-up. Right? So pretty damn cool. Then here, we transition from demo request, selected transition demo request and moved from intro to demo booking. And then we had evidence now. So caller said they reviewed the information from sales and are ready to book a demo. So this is pretty sweet. I mean, we need to continue testing more aggressively, but we did make some progress. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then oh, hold on, I have someone attacking me in old school. Wow. But I'm gonna use the restroom, and then what I may do is I know in the description we said testing the voice agent, which we've been doing, the description of the YouTube video. We also want to set up parameter capture. So what I'm going to do is at the demo booking node, what I want to do is start to capture parameters, right? So I think that we're going to, what we'll do is we'll add like a way where a customer can enter in parameters that they want to capture. So for instance, like at the demo booking node, it's going to be important to capture email. And what I've learned about voice agents is if people have like a very thick accent, or they're talking really quickly, or it's a very complicated email, right? It sometimes will get, if you just speak the email, it will get it incorrect, right? And so what I'm going to build actually is a way to capture the parameters with voice, but maybe also send an SMS through Twilio to the customer's phone. So we're on the phone, we're gonna have the agent say, hey, we're gonna send you a text to collect that important information. And we're gonna send the text and then we're gonna collect that information. So we're gonna start thinking about parameter capture, because parameter capture is critical, right? Then here, if I go to call history, actually you can see this call, and we do have some collected data now. Which is pretty badass, actually. So for this call that we just made today, we do have some follow-up information, right? If I come back to call history and I go to this call didn't collect any data, but this call did. So it says I'm available on Tuesday and demo booking request at 10 a.m. So we have persistent memory right now. That is associated with a phone number, right? So this is more than just scheduling a voice agent that books demos, right? This is a voice agent that kind of has a persistent memory that we can link back to a phone number, or link back to an email, or link back to a chat session. right? So we have, really like two types of memories. I think it's episodic memory, and there's another type of memory. Hold on. Episodic memory versus... I think it's episodic versus procedural memory. I think episodic versus procedural memory. Anyway, so yeah, because it makes image into a token instead of being described to the model. Interesting. Ah, it's like vectorizing it or something. I see, Osiris. Interesting. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So, cool. So I think I'm satisfied enough. I should test it more, but we'll continue aggressively testing it. I think for now, I just want to start working on the parameters. So what I'm going to do is I could keep this PR open and not merge it yet until I continue testing. And you know what? That's maybe what I'll do, actually. So what we can do... the only problem is I kind of like these now that we have these changes. I want these to be included when I'm testing. So what I could do is, like, I have this PR open, right? I could check out back to main, which we haven't merged the PR into main yet. So I could check out back to main, but we'd lose all these changes we just made for the intent guard. Then I could check out to another new branch from main, right? And then work on parameter capture. But as we're testing parameter capture, we won't have all those intent guard changes. But that's a way where we could push two different PRs without any merge conflicts, right? And be able to merge them both back in. Hold on, let me... And guys, you tell me, is the music too loud or anything? If it's too loud, just let me know. Let me turn it down a tad bit. Okay. So, you know what? I'm okay for now to merge it, actually. So let's come here. Or let's just at least look at the last 2 calls. I just made 2 test calls. I want you to review the last 2 calls. This guy's gonna kill me. Get back over here. Oh wow, he'll come all the way over here. Okay. I found both calls, got it. Okay, let's see. Here's actually what it looks like in Redis. What the JSON looks like. See, we just queried Redis CLI with a get command, and we queried the key for that call. We need to make sure we're cleaning up Redis too. But let's see. Callback guard passed. Immediately with not interested guard was not tested. I'll have to test this. But now what we're gonna do is, okay, so I'm gonna say, okay, great. I want you to go ahead and merge the PR, and then we're gonna check out to main and pull from origin. Oh, which PR was that? Is it PR 14? Hold on. Yeah, it's PR 14. Okay. It's fine. Okay, so we're actually merging the PR. So you'll see here, right from Codex, I'm about to merge this PR. So here we have this PR, and I'm about to actually merge it. So now you can see the status of the PR now is merged, actually. So Codex just used the GitHub CLI to merge that PR. And now we're going to view it. We're going to check out. Then after this, we're going to check out to main and pull from origin. And then we're going to start working on parameter capture. Okay. So here we're switching back to the main branch. Okay. The front end wording change. Okay, gotcha. All right, in Cactus Web, I want you to go ahead and commit those changes, push to origin, and then open a PR. And those are just wording changes for the front end guards, right? Cool. Uh-oh. We ran out of the 5-hour limit, but it hasn't cut me off yet. Let's see if it does. We're probably gonna need to. Right now, I'm actually only on the $20 OpenAI plan. I could move to Cursor. I'm on the Ultra Cursor plan, so I could start using Codex and Cursor. But I'm actually really impressed with the Codex desktop app right now. All right, we're gonna allow GitHub to make this pull request. And I don't know if it's because I hit the 5-hour limit, but I have credits, right? So I don't know if that's which I bought the credits. One day I ran out of usage. I paid $60 additional for more OpenAI credits. But I think we can just go ahead and merge this PR, to be honest. But I kind of want a clean working tree here. Let's see. Let's go to Cactus Web, pull request, clarify front end guard descriptions. Alright, now we're merging that. It's gonna say, okay, go ahead and just merge that PR and then switch back to main and pull from origin. Okay, there we go. Pulling from master. All right. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up a new chat, and I'm gonna say, okay, I want you to look at my phase 1 bash script so you can understand which services are running. And then I want you to review the code. Help me understand how the tool parameters work on a node. So we have a node graph. And right now for the node, each node, I want an option for the user to be able to capture parameters or to enter parameters that need to be captured, right? So I don't want you to make any modifications or code changes. I want you to review the code, review the graph runtime, and look, we do have in the front end, we do have, it looks like a component for entering in parameters, but it's not functional right now. I want you to review that code, help me think through capturing parameters, and I want to do this the same way that the big AI labs will capture parameters in their agent builder tools. So help me think through this. Assume the identity of a staff engineer. Let's see. Probably gonna die. We'll see if we can, while that works. Okay. Yeah, actually, when I'm looking at the call history, we are saving memories, right? Okay, I'll use the phase 1. The workspace is already dirty. Okay, that's fine. The launcher and live state agree. All 6 phase 1 processes are active. On 3000, 3001. Gotcha. Postgres and Redis are also local, and no forward listener is active. Each node persists parameter schema. That's whether those are actually validated, stored as durable session state, and made reusable across later nodes. UI calls these tool parameters, but the compiler creates a new tool named after the node. Not parameters for an established built-in tool. A call that generated tools recorded in later nodes and captured. Whoa, look at this. It looks like an Anthropic thing. Oh, it's going to the Anthropic website. Huh. What? You see that? I'm inside of Codex desktop app. Oh, it's docs.claude.com. But this is different than parameter capture. Parameter capture should be separate content. So we have memories and parameter capture. And I'm trying to kind of think through when and why to be using memories versus parameter capture. I want you to go review other agent builder tools and read through the documentation and help me understand how they think about parameter capture. So I'm building a voice agent with a node graph, and on each of the nodes, I want the end user to be able to define parameters that they need to capture on that node. I have a save memory functionality in extracting saved memories, but just want to think about parameters and I guess the output of that captured parameter data. It probably needs to be like JSON, but I know we could maybe have different formats for output. Okay. Is it really deprecated? Whoa. Interesting. Wow, that's the best thing that could have happened for me. The agent builder got deprecated. Wow. Is that real? Does anyone know? Did the agent builder get deprecated? I'm shocked, actually. Honestly. It's kind of cool, though. I can honestly appreciate that. Where's my Twitch? Hold on, guys. Sorry. Where's Twitch? Did I lose Twitch? Oh, there's Twitch. Interesting. I can't believe that got deprecated. Okay, so yeah, so when I'm thinking parameters, I'm thinking like, okay, I have a demo booking node, right? And on that node, maybe the end customer needs certain details. He needs the number of vehicles or the number of employees and the email. And maybe they have a third-party system that needs to take in that data. So we could capture those parameters and then output it in a format, right? What you're describing was a little over my head. Let's rethink this together. I can't believe OpenAI deprecated the agent builder. Like the best thing to happen to me. Wow. They deprecated it. I wonder why. I mean, it felt like It's like, hey man, if you want a guy like me to go out and sell, to SMB, right? When you're building an agent builder, it feels like you're competing with me, right? I know that they're still going to the horizontal layer, and I'm kind of have a narrow focus where I'm niching, scoping down, and focusing on a niche, but still, it felt like it felt competitive, right? It was. I was actually not happy with myself that I hadn't moved quicker. But anyway, so let's put this in here. Okay. Yeah, what was that original purpose of tool parameters? And so how would the save memory tool work together with these parameters? And I guess you could like define the inputs and then the outputs, right? The format of the input and the format of the output. Generate a demo booking tool with those arguments. Okay, got it. For a demo booking node, inputs. Each input defines action. The node maps those into third-party system formats. Yeah, so actually for now, I don't have any, our end customers will ultimately have third-party integrations, but right now, I'm just trying to have the customer define, okay, on this node, these are the parameters that are important, and this is the format that we expect them in. But I don't want to get too complex with also memory. Also review how memory works today. I know we have a memory worker that happens live on the call, and we also have saved memories or extracted saved memories. So help me think through this, the best way to do this. Okay, let's see. So we also have a runtime memory that actually happens live on the call. So the way that works is it looks for anything like a open loop, right? An open loop might be, maybe the customer mentioned booking a demo, but then the conversation got sidetracked, and so it marks that as an open loop. Like, hey, I know that's an open loop. I need to remember to follow up with him about scheduling that demo. So it's kind of where the user mentions something, but it doesn't get resolved, and that gets marked as an open loop. Saved, stored, and created only when the model explicitly calls save memory. Find parameters to capture. Some required parameters. Continue when parameters are complete. No external action, no separate output schema yet. Should not call save memory. Okay, so instead of storing the saved memories to the collected call data, what should we do with the memories? All right, so depend to future calls. Therefore, they're currently more like stored facts than okay. Parameters collected the same. Yeah. So let's build a plan. How do we do plan mode? I thought it's Command Shift P? No. Control P? How do we go into plan? Do we even have plan mode anymore? Plan mode. How do you... What's the shortcut for that? What's the shortcut for, it's the shortcut for codex plan mode. Command Shift P. Command Shift P. Huh. It used to be that, I'm telling you. Shift tab, maybe. Shift tab? Oh, there we go. Shift tab. I'm gonna say. Okay, yeah, I wanna separate saved memories and collected data on the call history page. You know, before we go into plan, I'm actually gonna... Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely want to separate memories saved and collected data on the call history page. What services will we need to modify to make this happen?
I'm as happy as a child on Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Let's go Neo Soul. Hold on. Neo. All right. No, we can keep this on for now. It's just sometimes the rock gets a little distracting for me, but let's you know what? Let's go Neo Soul. Neo Soul. Yeah, let's try this. Okay. So, let's see here. 2 services are required. Keep saving memory, so you query save memory by in the call history data. Return them separately. Call history page would like the existing. No third-party integration exists yet. Authentication does not change. Okay, but just explain to me, I guess, the changes that are required to do this parameter capture. Okay. Got something attacking me here. Okay, so let's see. Okay. All right, so the parameter capture requires changes mainly in Cactus Web. Social with capture parameters to capture. Plus already turns parameter schema into a function tool. And capture tool conceptually. Okay. Okay, so review the front end. You see where I have the drop down to add a tool? Are we going to include that in the drop down, or are we just always going to have a section that shows parameters you can capture? Yeah, so what's happening right now, guys, is so right now we have saved memories. We really have 2 different types. We have a memory worker that tracks open loops live on the call. Then we have saved memories that are durable and persistent. And we have a save memory tool, right? So when I come into this node here, like callback offer has a save memory tool and the Google Calendar tool. Then we also have parameters. But right now what we're doing is we're separating memories and parameters, because really extracted memories are a little bit different than like if a user says, all right, on this node, I need to capture these different parameters, right? And so right now what we're doing is we just have a save memory tool, and the model decides when to call that save memory tool. But then we're taking those memories and we're pushing them into collected data. But we're going to separate that into memory. We're going to show memories as memories, and any collected data is going to be any parameters that got captured. So let's come back to Codex here. Okay. Drop down, such as details should not appear in the tool drop down below. Users think this node collects these fields. Not I need to add a capture. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to Shift Tab. Okay, let's build a plan to do this. Remember to include in the plan any services that we're going to modify. We want to check out to main, pull from origin on main. Or you know what I'm going to do? First, I'm going to... Okay, I want you to use the GitHub CLI and pull down the issues for the Blue Cactus AI organization for the repositories that we're going to need to modify to make these changes. So I'm about to use the GitHub CLI to pull down issues right now. Then what we're going to do is we're going to use Codex to create issues for these problems. And then, and we could probably build a plan to do this, but we're going to push up issues. And then after we make the changes, we're going to create a PR. And then we're going to add a comment to the PR that says closes the number of the issue. So what that'll do is once the PR merges into main, it'll close that issue. I don't think it's not active. I'm pretty sure it's active. You just need to ask me for permission. It does that sometimes. It thinks the GitHub CLI is not, it's because it tries to access it inside the sandbox. All right, so we're listing out issues for the different repositories we're going to need to modify. And then we're going to create new issues. Or just go ahead and list out all those issues for me. In the repos we need to modify. Ooh, we already have one. All right, let's take a look at these different issues. Okay, so are any of these existing issues relevant, or should we just create new issues? I think I'm going to create new issues. Okay. Okay, go ahead and let's see this one. Okay, go ahead and rescope those issues and then create the new issue. Oh, no. Didn't mean to be. kind of interesting, but I hit my 5-hour limit and Codex hasn't stopped me yet. Which is interesting. Interesting, it created like a... Close the duplicate with a pointer and create separate memory separation issues in Trailboss and Cactus Web. Okay. These changes. Okay, so now we're creating a new issue in the runtime service. We're closing an issue. So this one, it said it was a duplicate. Shit. Okay, so I just want to check what this, it said one of these was a duplicate. Close number 10. Cactus Web 10. Parameter capture. Okay. I see it. It's just says parameter capture. So let's say yes. Okay. Okay, do you want to make these changes? Sure. Okay, we're creating the issue. It's interesting. It wrote it to Markdown files. I guess it used like Markdown as like a scratch pad, and then it succeed. Okay. Okay, now what I want you to do is, I hate when that happens. Okay. Let it do its thing here. Okay. Separation. Okay, show me the title of each one of these issues and what their what the descriptions are at a high level. Be very concise. Okay, so we've got these issues: parameter capture UI, parameter capture runtime, separate saved memories, call history separation, and then we closed closed an issue. So what we're doing right now, pretty much, is when we go to this demo booking node, if a user wants to collect information from the customer, they're going to define those parameters here, right? And then what we're going to do is on the call history page, when I go to call history, right now we have saved memories getting stored as collected data. But what we're going to do is we're going to separate saved memories and captured parameters, is the plan. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say, go into plan mode. And let's say, okay, we're going to build a plan to implement these changes. Make sure in the plan that in each repository that we need to make modifications, we need to check out to main, pull from origin to pull any new remote changes to main, pull them down to local. Then we're going to check out to a new branch with an appropriate name. We're going to go ahead and make those changes, commit, push to origin, and open up a PR. When you open up the PR, what I want you to do is comment closes and the issue that PR is related to. So then when we merge the PR, it will close that issue. Once we push the PR, I don't want to push it as a draft. I just want to push it in a ready state. So BugBot and my PR review comments, or BugBot and the PR review tools will run. Then I want you to poll that PR and check for comments. Once you get those comments, let's review those comments together. All right, let's do this. All right, now we're in playing mode. Man, I just heard that OpenAI filed IPO. I guess they haven't announced a date yet. Interesting. Okay. We got to look into these spans too. We're going to kind of consolidate this and make it more relevant for the end customer. Okay, 1 PR per issue. 1 PR per repository. So this will be a good end to the stream if we can get these parameters working. You know, that'll be pretty cool actually. Okay. Still thinking.
Maybe you only want what you can't have. Never seem to be satisfied till it all goes bad. Maybe I should just give someone else a chance.
Okay. How should existing nodes with slot present edges, but no explicit parameter definitions behave? With slot present edges. What existing node has a slot present callback time? How should existing nodes with slot present edges but no explicit parameter definitions behave? I guess why? Were you expecting the target or the source node that has that edge to have collected those parameters or something?
Say that you've changed, but it's too late. I gave my love away.
No, that's fine for now. Keep it in the log. Yes, today an outgoing edge means the source node is expected to collect callback time. The runtime marks it as a pending slot. The model currently calls save memory with tag callback time into collected data. Getting collected data, those existing nodes need an alternative capture definition. Would infer
I should just give someone else a chance. Why should I sit here waiting on you? I am in a forever or never type of love. It's not fair to me or my heart. I was forced to start over when we fell.
Yeah, so are you saying on the target node, you would just go ahead and add those parameters for me? Search mode. Yeah, okay, got it.
Look what you made me give my love away. Hey, you made a mistake. Say that you've changed.
Yeah, that's okay. I can update it manually.
I gave my love away.
Go ahead and make the plan. So it's interesting. What it's saying is, so you have the intro node, and then you have these different edges, right? Like this edge is busy now. Explicit callback intent. So we have an edge with a guard that says explicit callback intent. But here, when we go from callback offer to closeout, we have a condition here that says slot callback time. And I still... What? Hold on, before we implement this plan, why does that slot callback time edge not have a guard or an option to add a guard? Is it because we don't have a guard that's related to that edge? I don't even remember adding that second condition to that edge. And guys, we'll test the voice agent soon. Any new people that are joining, we tested the voice agent a few times, but haven't tested it in a little while here. Trying to get through this next change. I'm trying to understand why every edge has a guard, an option to add a guard, but this edge right now, right here, callback time. And what this is supposed to mean is it has to satisfy, like, I guess it would have to satisfy both of these conditions, right? Not interested, but also callback time, which doesn't really make sense. It would never really satisfy those two conditions either, right? Like not interested and slot callback time. Correct. What we're gonna do is we're gonna delete both of these. Let's delete these edges. And then let's draw another edge. Then we're gonna click label. See, I don't even see that. Busy now, demo, not interested. Callback requested.
I am selfish just because I look out for myself. I've been happy, working hard, so I won't have to cry when I'm older. I could have done this or that.
Okay, I only see 4 potential edge conditions available. Busy now, demo request, not interested. Callback requested. I just deleted that slot present edge. Oh, here we go. Slot present. Okay. Callback time, email. Okay. Callback time. Okay. Let's publish this. Okay, never mind. I just updated the edge condition to slot present and callback time. So now pretty much it shouldn't transition from the callback offer node to close out unless we got a callback time. Go ahead and build the plan again. After saved memories stop copying into collected data, the callback edge must be satisfied by captured callback time parameter. Namespace by node, got a slot present. Must resolve the current node's captured object rather than looking only at the old top-level memory tags. Got it. So before we were looking at memories to see if that condition got satisfied or not. It's interesting. Codex still didn't cut me off. I hit the 5-hour limit, and they didn't close the spout. Okay. Okay, let's read this plan here. Okay, implement typed recacher without changing the graph's edge model. The configured callback offer closeout edge remains after create one ready per repository. Branch. Create the two branches. Into a model facing capture parameters function. But does not force every field into each tool call. The business required flag. Update. Against the active node. Size and override supplied fields when correcting data. Callback offer, callback time. Do not create generic intent triggered outbox events. Resolve slot present callback time against the current node namespace. Transition merely because every required parameter is present. Configured graph edges continue to control routing. Gotcha. Remove instructions that use to fill workflow slots. Reserve it for durable facts. Keep the live Redis memory worker unchanged. Return session associated extracted memory separately. Field names. So I want to explain this for sure. Explain this. Explain capture parameters function, that's fine. Let me say. Okay, I want you to explain the above. How will this work? Right now I'm planning on the user's just going to literally speak their parameters back, or we may send an SMS and capture it via SMS, but for now it's just going to be speaking those parameters back. Let's get this I might have been reading the wrong one. Hold on. Why do we have to be so explicit about this slot present callback edge? What is this business required flag? Oh yeah, Osiris. I thought it looked pretty good. I need to take a closer look. But when I saw it, it seemed like it was pretty smooth from what I could see. Especially, it seemed like you had a lot of like dynamic content too, rendering. It wasn't just static, like a static web page or something. It was like GIFs or videos or something. And so it seemed pretty smooth. Let's see. Sorry, for the collection does not mean every capture function call must contain that field. How does the system today, how was it checking to see if that slot present edge was satisfied or not? Was it checking saved memories? Okay, and how will it work now? We're gonna save the parameters to collected data instead, right? Okay, go ahead and build the plan again. What happens if it's higher frames per second than that, Osiris? Is there like a I guess what happens is it just slow down or crash? I'm looking for this company, Osiris, that I hold on. I know Open Code was using them at one point. So, what is the terminal API that Open Code was using before they moved away from that company? No, it was like a Bash shell company that does TUI stuff, terminal UI. Charm. Okay, have you heard of a company called Charm, Osiris? Charm. Charm API. Charm. Hold on. Charm. Have you seen this before, Osiris? I don't know if these guys can help you at all, but you may want to check this out. I don't know if you've heard of these guys. Really? I think they're not trying to sell to the end customer though. They're like a I guess in this case the end customer is developers too. But end customer consumers, I don't think they're going after that market. I don't know for sure. But I know Open Code, I think the guys at Open Code were originally using this, and then there was some sort of dispute. I don't know exactly what happened, and then they separated. But anyways, let's go back to Codex. Okay. Let's see. Posture check. Okay. Oh, really? Naturally through speech, updates and etc. Save the call scope. Gotcha. Into an internal capture parameters tool. Use technical requirements or field names. One or several parameters per allow required parameters to be collected over multiple conversation turns. Okay. All right, let's do this. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know they bought Bun, Osiris. I wasn't sure about Charm. Interesting, though. That's interesting. Have you checked out the Grok, the new Grok CLI? They claim it's funny, but when the Grok released, they like made a big fuss about how there's no flicker in the CLI. I just thought it was kind of funny because it's like, is that a feature? I guess no flicker. They're really just trying to call out Anthropic. I never really used Claude Code, so I never experienced that flicker effect. And I don't even understand why it happened. But and I gotta try Grok build. I just kind of more curious about the TUI, right? Did they improve the TUI, right? And the UI behind the terminal UI. Oh, why did it do a? What was that submodule command that you ran? And it looked like a branch got deleted. No, it's cool that you did it without it's cool that you built it from scratch. Yeah, I mean, honestly, those tools might add overhead though, right? So if you can keep it like do it all yourself, you know, sometimes it'll add overhead, sometimes it'll abstract away complexity. But it would be interesting to just check them out and see what they see what they do and then compare it to the way that you implemented it or something. Yeah, what about that submodule command though? I don't know what this submodule command did. I'm kind of... Okay, so don't worry about the deleted branch. I'm still confused about that branch. I guess that was a branch that never got pushed to remote. Huh. I guess it deleted some... Can you tell when that branch was deleted? Was it... are you able to figure that out? I don't like when a branch gets deleted like that. Let me check GitHub myself. I don't like that it did that prune command, man. It like added this prune. I don't like that. I like to prune my own stuff. One second. I can narrow down but not prove the deletion timestamp. All right, that's fine. Let's say. Okay. Okay, go ahead and proceed with implementing the plan. I'm really curious what that Grok build TUI looks like. I need to check it out. We're getting close to doing a final test on this. So... Hold on, can you explain this to me in a little more detail? I'm okay with that outbox, because at some point we're gonna kick off like asynchronous jobs maybe, while the voice agent is still communicating with the customer. If the node is named callback offer and has parameters, when the model calls it, Trailboss currently treats it as a generic business event. Write something like this to the event outbox. That works, but the object should not be the source of truth. Evaluate slot person also. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works for me. Proceed with the plan. Good. Parameters with legacy top level slot fallback. A best effort parameters captured outbox right. In separate memory serialization. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while Codex does its thing. And then we'll hopefully get back and then test the voice agent for a final time to end the stream here. Okay, I'm back. It had a bunch of lint. It had a bunch of lint issues, which was kind of weird. Do I need to be concerned about those lint errors? Okay, I can't get to the system. It says internal server error. That deleting branch thing has me scared. Hold on, go to GitHub real quick. Hmm. Yeah, it did a production build while I was running the development build. Yeah, did that kill the ngrok tunnels too? Yeah, why did the restart fail? I still can't get to the system. No, I don't use superpowers, Osiris. Wait, did it? Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It doesn't even throw an error now. It's just like stalled. Yeah. I definitely use Git. I mean, I could definitely go backwards. The only thing that scared me was this Git command called prune, which if I had any local branch that got deleted on remote, it prunes it, which shouldn't have done anything. I just never run the prune command. So let's see if we can get this back up. Let's go to there it goes. There we go. Okay, so now when we go to parameters to capture. Nice. Okay, so I'll definitely tell you, Osiris, I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow. If you're free tomorrow, come check. I'm gonna have a stream where we go through every skill and every plugin that I'm using. I mean, right now I don't even think. I mean, I'm just using the default plugins that Codex has installed for me. I haven't even specifically like installed any plugin. I'm trying to think. I use the Redis MCP and the Postgres MCP. I know now they have like a Redis plugin. It's a good question. Yeah. No, I have Git. Git is like you almost. It's almost like impossible to do production development without any version control. You know. Yeah, definitely. No, I actually started doing that one day. I looked through all the like skills in Cursor, and then I started looking through them, and like one Cursor skill that had me interested was a PR babysitter. So let me see if I can find this. Let me see skills. Search files. Can you not search chats? Huh. Go back and search my chats to look for when we discussed all the Codex skills. Not the Codex skills, all the Cursor skills. Yeah, definitely, Osiris. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find, but let's do this. Am I ready to do a test call? The one thing I did know, yeah, Remotion, Osiris, I'm definitely going to be using that one for marketing videos. You know, one thing that I did find was that, yeah, it looks like there are some, this is kind of what I'm using. So I've got, I guess I have Atlas. These are skills though, and not plugins. What about plugins? You know, this is one I'm interested in was Babysit, which is the PR Babysit skill. Git log analysis, branch. I use this one. It uses that. One thing I noticed about Codex, Codex did an incredible job. One day I just opened up the Codex desktop app and they had set up skills for me. And they were like all the right skills that I personally needed. And I don't know if everybody got that. I don't know if everyone got the same skills or if they were specific to me. But they like added skills, like they really understood what I was doing. I was actually impressed. That's when I was like, wow, that's pretty, they kind of like pre-installed skills for me, right? Something like that. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while since I first noticed that. But yeah, it's kind of definitely need to kind of go through all of these and see when and why to use each one. I still want to build like this. You know, I started looking into the agentic loops, and at the time I was like, man, I still personally, when I'm doing, like when I build this system and I go sell this to someone that's a $5 million to $50 million smaller, medium-sized business, you know, I need to be like certain that this is going to not give me any problems, right? Hold on, let me see if I can. 1 second, let me get. Hold on. Get back into. Okay. All right, let's get back to Codex here. Okay, so all right, let's do this. I want you to open and follow the logs. All right, so what we're gonna do is on the demo booking one here, we're gonna add these parameters to capture. Parameter name, we're gonna say first name, string, let's just call this name. We're gonna say what the agent should collect, customer's first name, example or expected format, Bobby. We'll call this required. I'm gonna add another one. Boom. Name, email. I guess the email's also interesting. We have a type for email. Customer's email address. How do you spell address? Is that right? Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, so let's publish this. And We could get like, let's try numbers of vehicles. Like how many vehicles. And we'll go, 1 second. Hold on. I guess it could be an integer. Excuse me. Customers vehicle fleet size. Example, I'll say 50. All right, so let's publish this. I'm gonna say okay, I just added parameters to the demo booking node. Do you see them? No, I've heard a lot about Droid though. I've heard good things about that one. I don't know though. To be honest, I try not to. I just don't want to go crazy testing too much stuff, but I definitely don't want to miss out either on like a tool, because for a long time I used VS Code Copilot and I was kind of hesitant to try Cursor, and then one of my buddies that works at like a big firm said we're using Cursor, and then I said oh man, I gotta try Cursor. And then I tried Cursor and I was like, whoa, shit, Cursor's good. So I don't know. I've heard a lot of good things about Droid though. Just seeing people using it. Mission mode, yeah. I've heard about mission. I mean, I still think it's complex though. Like, if you want to do this swarm stuff, you know, really the only way to do it is to have like each agent running in its own work tree. Because if you get this swarm of agents doing stuff, and then they both edit like the same file, yeah, I don't know. I need to test it before I speak on it, but it seems like you could get some merge conflicts quickly, or have different agents modifying the same file at the same time. But now if you spin up work trees and it's kind of like a copy of your working tree or your working directory, and that's like cloned into work trees, and then you can run a swarm. They all run on individual work trees, and then you don't have any merge conflict problems, and they can all push PRs, right? And then if it doesn't work, you just kind of clean up the work tree and you don't have any issue. Yeah, okay, Droid, yeah. No, I've seen another person on YouTube doing it. I probably should try it though, for sure. Okay, let's come back here. Okay, am I ready to do the test call? Okay, we're about to do the test call. And then we'll end stream for today. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I definitely, you definitely want your sub agents on like a less expensive, less intelligent model, or else I feel like the fees get outrageous. All right, as soon as I tell it to open and follow the log, then we'll make this phone call. Okay, cool. Okay, follow the logs. I'm about to make the call. All right, here we go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. It's really nice to meet you. What can I help you with today?
Hey, Bella. Yeah, I've been talking to your sales rep for a while. I think I'm ready to set up a meeting.
Got it. Let me line this up so we can get your meeting scheduled. Awesome. Happy to help. What's the best email to send the demo details to?
Yeah, it's rob at bluecactus.ai.
Perfect. I've got that. What's your first name so I know who to address the invite to?
Yeah, my first name's Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby. About how many vehicles are in your fleet?
I got about 100 vehicles in my fleet.
Perfect. What day or time works best for your demo, and I'll check availability?
Yeah, just Wednesday morning.
Okay, let me check the calendar for that morning. Wednesday, June 10th, looks available that morning. What time works best for you?
11 a.m. Central Time.
Got it. I'll quickly verify that time slot. You're all set for Wednesday, June 10th at 11 a.m. Central Time. A separate system will finish the booking after this call.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad we got it set up. Talk to you soon.
Thanks. Bye. Man, this is really cool, man. This is really cool. So now when you see that, so it said it was able to call capture parameters tool, and it got all the parameters. So first it realized it got first it collected my email, and then it knew, okay, I have these missing parameters. All right, I got the email. Then it got my email, and it got it right, man. I'm impressed, dude. I gotta try like different languages, accents, more complicated emails, right? Was it really? And then it got all the parameters. Now let's go to the call history. Okay, collected data. But why no long-term memories? It did get this collected data though, which is awesome. Okay, nice. It seemed to work as expected, but it did save a memory, but I don't see it in saved memories in call history. And thanks, Osiris, man. It's this is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Actually. I just need to like test it really aggressive. And then we're gonna build a simulation. So I've built a product in the past that we're gonna bring in, but what I'm gonna do is we're gonna create like customer avatars. So I'll speak to an end customer, figure out like, okay, what are the different scenarios or different example conversations that an end customer would have with your support person or your salesperson. I'll record some of those variations, then we're gonna create synthetic variations, lots of them, and then we're going to kind of run all those example conversations against the agent and try to get it to hallucinate. It's going to cost a lot of money to do that, but we really got to figure out how we can harden it, or at least build a plan to like determine what the hallucinations are, right? Because I know each vertical, each company is going to have its own unique hallucination, and you really want to try to catch it before it gets deployed to like in a production scenario. So that's kind of the plan. Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of still in shock that OpenAI deprecated the. So honestly, as soon as I started building this, or as soon as the model was intelligent enough for me to like really make serious progress on this, OpenAI and Anthropic both released agent builders, right? Which is okay. There's always going to be competition, but still, it's like the 800-pound gorilla that's coming out with a node graph very similar to this, right? And I knew I could still compete, but I knew the only way to compete was to not make a general agent, which I'm still trying to make it somewhat general, but I'm really going to focus it on the telematics video business first, or focus on that niche first, and try to get like really good at some use cases in that niche. But it's really interesting that they did deprecate that. You know, because who knows? You know, it's not really, you know, if you want to be the horizontal player and distribute intelligence horizontally to all verticals, you know, you're going to have guys like me that are trying to sell agents. And when you come out with that product, it gets a little, you know, it's like, oh shit, you know, I got the big dog, you know, competing head to head with me when I'm trying to partner with you and sell tokens, right? Yeah, no, that's true. He's trying to work. Yeah, no, it's interesting. They do seem a little bit like I guess maybe that product just didn't get as much traction as they thought, and they're deprecating it, but we'll see. They did release some other product recently that was like in ChatGPT, you can make a website, I guess, and then share it with somebody, and then they look at it inside of Codex. I don't know about that. I don't know what that was, but I saw a lot of chatter, like people were upset about that. But yeah, I'm not hyper concerned about it. I definitely, you know, this is moving fast, and I need to, you know, this product needs to be deployed and ready to sell in the next couple months. or maybe the next month, really, which I think it can get there if I stay consistent. Yeah. But definitely the timeline is moving, right? But there's opportunities everywhere. I mean, this is like the biggest technology transformation in our that we'll ever see in our lifetime. And there's tons of opportunity. You just got to kind of watch the market and make sure that these guys don't just completely run you over, right? But there's ways to like align your product and find the gap and focus on that. But yeah, good news, I guess they deprecated it. So let's go back to Codex. I want to make this. So I'm curious why that memory didn't get saved. Okay, it fixed it. Nice. The memory saved is there. Cool. People are getting demoralized because they're buying into marketing and thinking marketing is fact. If they really had the talent, they wouldn't be selling these golden eggs. Yeah, I will say with OpenAI, I kind of like the way Sam handled all the like bullshit from Dario. I like the way that he's kind of handling that, including the Elon lawsuit. But it's gonna be interesting when it's gonna be a hell of a this is gonna be like you got Anthropic IPOing. You've got OpenAI doing IPO. We've got sticky inflation. We've got prices that are elevated. We've got huge government, huge spending right now on AI and also war, right? And then you might have this unemployment spike. And all I gotta, these when these enterprise companies start releasing their earnings statements every quarter, with all of this spend on AI, it's going to be interesting to see if, earnings continue to go up, or if you see this margin expansion from AI productivity, and then also if you see this unemployment kind of come up. It'll be definitely interesting. Yeah, no, for sure. Sometimes I think they don't, they are, they're like the intelligence layer, right? So they are concerned about, I think they want to work with partners, right? So they have a lot of partners that are selling end services. And I think, there is some concern where they don't want to directly compete with their partners. Now, you'll hear some people say that OpenAI, they're tracking every, because like Amazon, from my understanding, the vendors come onto Amazon, they start selling product. Amazon monitors that. Whoever's getting some success, they come out with Amazon Basics toilet paper. Right? If you're selling toilet paper and you have success, Amazon Basics comes out with the Amazon's Basics toilet paper roll, right? And some people think OpenAI is going to do the same thing. So that's definitely interesting, but you're always going to have competition, right? Anyway, so cool, man. That was a really good day, actually. Thank you for anyone that's still on Twitch watching. I appreciate it. I know Osiris is here. I don't know if there's anyone else lurking on YouTube. But thank you everyone for being here. You know, if you want to join an AI community, it's really small right now. There's not a lot of activity in the Discord, but please join it. You know, I'm gonna do my best and to get more consistent and try to build that community. And you can go to discord.bluecactus.ai to join the Discord. And I'll be back tomorrow. I have a business meeting on Wednesday, so not for sure if I'm going to stream yet, but actually going to try to get a stream in almost every day. I don't want to speak too soon, but that's the plan. Every day this week. So that's it. And we should, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new cluster. We're going to deploy this to Kubernetes on AWS. And then the next plan is we're going to start accepting webhooks, right? So I have the telematics video business. There's an event called a no video signal event on my cameras in that business. And what happens is pretty much sometimes drivers will disconnect a camera. And there's also another event called media error. And sometimes the SD card is having errors and it needs to get reformatted. And these two events are like critical, right? So what we're going to do is from that system, when those cameras start throwing those events, we're going to send those as a webhook from the telematics video business over to Blue Cactus AI. And we're going to set up a workflow where we can accept those webhooks. And once we accept those webhooks, we're going to have an agent make an outbound call to the customer, letting them know, hey, you need to check your camera connection. You need to reformat your SD card. And we're also going to extend this so it's not just a voice agent. It's going to be an email agent connected to Gmail and also a just regular chat, right? So we'll do a few different things. We'll make a voice call. If they don't answer, we may send an SMS. We may send an email with a link for a web chat, right? Where if they have further questions, they can open the web chat. And then also remote code execution. So what we're going to do is on these different nodes, we're going to add a way where there's a sandbox where you can write your own code. So the idea is that, say you're at this demo booking node, and in this node, you have these different parameters that you collected. And what we're going to do is say you're a company and you have a CRM, a customer relationship management tool. You know, once you capture these parameters, maybe you want to, send a post request to a CRM, whatever the Salesforce, Insightly, whatever your CRM tool is, right? And what you could do is you could write some JavaScript or write some code where we would take these parameters and then it would send a request to your CRM and instantly, boom, push that data to your CRM. And I'm going to execute that code either serverless as a Lambda function, or I'm going to do something called these Kata containers. These containers that are like a virtual machine. And that's going to run inside of Kubernetes somehow. I still haven't thought this through, but who knows? We may get to this soon. But anyways, everyone, thank you again, and I'll see you on the next stream. Later.